like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like shown tonight. Never feel though I said all night. I got a right. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you and do the things we do. Stay all night. I got it right. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Stayed all night, I got it right. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night.
R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us past our spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
December the 8th, 2024. We are nearing 2025. Where were you like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 35 years ago, when you were like, when is 2025? What's it going to be like? Are we going to have flying garbage trucks? That we do not have yet. But what we do have is a Week 14 NFL round robin live from the Deep End Broadcasting Studios here in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. I am Stephen Murray. This is the Round Robin, Season 3, our every Sunday morning breakdown of the National Football League, every angle possible for sports wagering on the afternoon and the evening slate. And we get through it all morning. I mean, that's basically what we do. We founded this show on this premise. Me being an early riser up on weekends and usually getting a lot of my work done on a Saturday and Sunday morning. Well, you know, I'm always striving for live current content. I don't like replays. I don't like stuff that's a day or so old. I'll listen to it. But if it's timely, and has to deal with, especially the sports world, especially if we have a gambling afternoon coming up or gambling evening. You know, I want to do a little homework while I'm working. I want to drive around, have my little podcast, my studies playing. You know, we don't need short snippets. I got crucified here on Thanksgiving. I'll get to that in a second. But you know, long thought out process. You're not going to find winners in a rush to just do things. So we need to draw the process out. It takes a while. So the point of this show is this really, is you wake up early, you're trying to get your gambling fix in, and you tune us in to basically put us on the phone, put us on the YouTube TV, put the volume up, and then to continue whatever else you're also doing in the morning. Whether you're traveling, this is a perfect show for traveling, especially if you have a long distance to travel. I mean, we can keep you occupied for a long time this morning. If you're sitting in the back porch drinking your coffee and you got an hour or two to spare, you want to just soak in some good NFL information, this is the program to do it. Or, you know, if you're just doing things all morning long around the house, cleaning, chores, whatever the case may be, crank the volume up and tune in and listen, and go to the YouTube channel and subscribe. That's what we need. We need more subscribers on the old YouTube channel, which is Deep End, like a swimming pool, Deep End 757 Broadcasting. Now, what brings me the right to bring you this type of content? Well, not many people have my wagering background. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing at the end of the day. But it's turned me into the person that I am now. Do this for a little bit of a living. And, you know, it's fun to get paid to do the stuff that you like to do. So what gives me the qualifications to run this program are simply this. You know, I've been in the media for, let's see now. I mean, if we get to 2025, that's a good, easy round number. I mean, 35 years in the media I've had. I've had equally as long as a sports wagerer. My mom had me in the bingo hall when I was 5 years old. I won the Millennium Falcon, got all the old ladies mad in the Catholic Church. I've been a sports wagerer for equally as long, 35 years. And I've been on the side of the sports book for a great deal, many of those 35 years. I would say about 28, 29 or so. So if you think about it in that aspect, I mean, I have about 99 combined years of gambling, wagering, taking the wagers, and also in the media as well. So I would say I'm as qualified as anybody to run this type of program. And you know what? Our record speaks for itself. I need to put a graphic up on this. I'll give myself a push. Last week, I got Njoku
late for 2 touchdowns on Monday night. I mean, didn't get it late, but it got it late in the week. I'm kicking myself because I didn't have a bigger bet on David Njoku straight up. Really kicking myself because I was contemplating taking the Denver defense for 2 touchdowns scored. And, there's a piece of me somewhere in another universe that probably has the Denver defense and David Njoku for 2 touchdowns on a ticket. What does that $5 pay on the David Njoku Pittsburgh Steelers 2 defensive touchdown ticket? Well, $5 is going to pay you every bit of $5,000 anyway, at least. So I feel like I missed out, kicking myself. But we'll take the winner with Njoku. We'll call it a push for the week. And that makes our record now through 13 weeks, I would say, an impressive 9-2-2. So I'll give us credit for 9 wins. I'll give us credit for 2 losing weeks. And I'll give myself credit here for 2 draws, where a draw is basically a win at the end of the day as well. The Ant-Man actually pulled off a nice ticket last week himself, so it's not really a full losing week. So we actually do get there a lot of times with our picks, and that's what we intend to do this morning. I do have bad news in the sense of Dave Del Grande. Nothing bad, nothing tragic. But we've had a little bit of an issue here with audio in the studio. Once in a while, very, very rarely once in a while. It happens once or twice a season. And and usually I'm good about catching it, but I didn't catch it this time. Is what will happen is our audio will make us sound like robots, basically. A little fuzzy, makes us sound electrical, robots. It's just not good to listen to. So what I have 2 hours of Dave Del Grande that I got to scratch his audio altogether. So what does that do for this morning? No Dave Del Grande. What I'll do is I'll summarize everything that we went over. For one, I'll take a whole segment to do that. And then 2, what that will do is give us a good backup plan and something that I think will be fun all morning, to be honest. And that will be the art of making tickets. And we'll just make tickets on the air. I'll give you a real good sense of what happens with the method and the madness that's ticking inside the brain here. All right. So, it's kind of funny because it's very easily for me amongst my peers, amongst people that I know, by people in my everyday surroundings. It's very easy for me to, I don't know, be put in maybe the underdog role, I would say. I think I get mistaken for not being very smart at times. Yes, I am dumb at times for sure. But not credit for the actual intelligence that's ticking through the mind here. Where all along, to be honest, I mean, there's like no doubt in my mind at any given second that I always think that I'm the smartest person in the room. Like I'm the one who knows my surroundings the best. So to get a good insight this morning of how this brain ticks, I think is going to be a real, real good listen for everyone involved this morning. So instead of Dave Del Grande, we'll miss him. Let's go ahead and summarize what we had with him in the one segment. Again, we lost the audio because of the robotic nature of our sounding voices when we recorded it. I didn't catch it. In fact, we had to start 15 minutes late this morning, which it helped me narrow down where the robotic voice problem is, because it wasn't in the recording software. It wasn't in the telephone. We actually started the show and our music was skipping. It was a little robotic right off the bat. So we just did a clean reboot, and that seemed to solve all the issues. So where we're missing Dave Del Grande this morning, we'll go through all the stuff I want with him. We'll get his picks out there, and then we'll go segment by segment. Might have an extra commercial or 2. I'll just need to do the break here. I'm not going to be able to talk 4.5 hours straight. But we'll take one segment where we'll do a touchdown scorer ticket for today. Maybe the next segment we'll do some running back receive yards. All right, we'll maybe string up a ticket for quarterback rushing yards. We'll do one where we mix things together. We'll do some team stuff, some team alternative lines. And I'll kind of give you my philosophy as we go through the morning on how the best way to attack a lot of these things are. Will I get everything out there that I want to? Probably not. I'll miss a few things. But I'm going to try to make you, if you really think you're an amateur wagerer, you're really trying to learn it a little bit better, you really want a better chance to turn your $10 into $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, then I'm going to really try to show you the way this morning. So we will make this a very, very lesson-involved program until we get Nephew Dave in the studio, until we get the Ant-Man in the studio. Maybe we'll get Coach Dale running along here with us this morning. I'll reach out to him at a break and see what he's up to. Maybe we could get Nick Athman on from Kansas City as well, as the Chiefs play the Chargers, my former boss. He's boots on the ground out there in Joplin, Missouri. So it'd be good to hear from him. The big AFC West tilt on Sunday Night Football tonight. And we do have a limited menu. I mean, we have 6 teams on a bye. A lot of our funner teams are on a bye. So we really are going to have to dig for some winners here. And, on a limited slate, that means limited options. Weather will be an issue, maybe. Spreads will be an issue, maybe. And we'll try to really just get the best bets of the day and try to get them all listed. We'll put the tickets up on the screens, the ones that we conjure up. In fact, I'll throw one up on there right now that I was thinking about. And when we go through the games, we'll discuss all this as well. But this is kind of Dave Del Grande-ish and me. This is more of a Dave Del Grande greedy type of ticket that I just posted on the screen right now. I got 4 plays up on here, and I'll get to the updated lines and the weather in a minute. Let's see what we're dealing with there. But just for an example of what we're going to deal with this morning, here's a ticket I created. This is a 4-player round robin. All right. And I played the 3s and the 4. So any combination of the 3 of these will be a nice winner, to be honest. This is a total investment of $10. And I think the full payout is somewhere around $5,000 altogether off of $10. So if 3 of the 4 of these things happen, then we're going to have a great day. The first one on the ticket, and he has not been doing this a lot, but here you go. This is kind of lesson number 1. You don't expect the same thing to happen every time. There's going to be a chink in the norm. There's going to be a wild card thrown in. And what we're talking about here is Russell Wilson and his rushing yards. He's gotten to 10 yards 3 different times on the season. The Steelers have handcuffed him back to the pocket, telling him to get rid of the ball. We no need for you to run, old man, et cetera, et cetera. But if you look at the game film from the Cleveland Brown and the Bronco game, Bo Nix threw a lot of deep balls, yes. But there were plenty of opportunities for Bo Nix just to run where he had wide open space. And he could have just taken the ball and tucked it and just go. I'm wondering if we don't see some of that out of Russell Wilson today. Especially just to move the chains. This is a game where the Steelers and then I got a lot to say on this game at the end of the day here, by the end of the program here. But this is a game where the Steelers and the Browns, a rematch of 2 weeks ago, this is a game that somewhat easily went over in a snowstorm, for one. So snow didn't slow these guys up. Jameis Winston is it's like putting Pop Rocks in a bottle of soda. It's like putting your gunpowder in a 2-liter of gasoline, all right, and taking it down to the woods with a rag hanging out of it with the little bike gang, with the little kid bike gang ready to set it off. All right, so Jameis Winston, a complete wild card on what he could do today. He's going to throw the ball. He's going to chuck it left and right, whether he throws it to Steelers, whether he throws it to Browns. That's a whole nother story in itself. He could throw for 500 yards, yes. we expect Jameis Winston to have somewhat of a decent day, yes. But the way that you keep Jameis Winston off the field a little bit as well is you keep that clock running with the running game a little bit. You don't put yourself in bad passing situations. And where I expect players like Pickens to have a good game, I think there are going to be instances where you're just going to see Russell Wilson scrambling, rolling out, and he's going to tuck that ball and run. So we're going to take a shot on the Russell Wilson alternate rushing yards of 25 or more today, and that is paying at plus 630. All right, so that is pick number one on this ticket we put up on the board. Russell Wilson, 25 yards rushing. All right, the next one is this. We have the Jets and Dolphins scenario. It's a division matchup. We all know how bad the Jets have been. Yes, we do. We don't expect them to come back and completely make one final push for the playoffs. They have to be done at this point, right? But they can play spoiler along the way. It's not like Miami has a super great defense either. It's not like they're the 86 Bears out there. So what I could see happening in a nice weather scenario today is, one, I could see Davante Adams have a big, big game here with Aaron Rodgers. He's a great 2-touchdown candidate today. We saw how much Davante Adams got involved last week, and he was clearly the number one option over Garrett Wilson. Now, it could be a Garrett Wilson day. Yes, I get it. And maybe we get some Conklin involved. But Rodgers had a great day passing the ball, and he was right there on the cusp of 3 touchdowns last week. He had those 2 really, really early. So we're going to go to the well on some Aaron Rodgers today. Not going to be a popular pick. A lot of people hate it. But for 3 touchdowns passing today for Aaron Rodgers, again, is at plus 630. It's the same amount as the Russell Wilson for 25 yards or more. So Aaron Rodgers for 3 touchdown passes. Maybe Davante gets 2. Maybe Garrett Wilson gets 1. Maybe Braylon Allen out of the backfield gets 1. We'll have to take a look at Braylon Allen's touchdown number today. I'm sure it's pretty low. No Breece Hall for the Jets. Again, I mean, this is just kind of a fade on the Miami defense, knowing that Rodgers played better last week in losing. I mean, he almost got his numbers right there in the first quarter, and then the Jets just kind of disappeared. I mean, maybe give Seattle credit defensively for that. But Miami is not going to have the quality of defense even that Seattle had. And in a nice warmer day down there, it's not like it's a super hostile crowd either in Miami. I see a chance here for Rodgers to get the 3 touchdown passes, especially now that Breece Hall is not going to be running the ball either. Maybe they just let Rodgers rip it. So play number 2 on that card, Russell Wilson, 25 yards, Rodgers, 3 yards passing. Now play number 3, this is kind of more Dave Del Grande-ish than me, but the proof is in the pudding. And I was all over Brock Bowers to start the season early, and not much. Ever since I jumped off of him, he's been basically on a tear. So maybe it's just time for me to get back on there. It's not like the Bucs secondary is completely impenetrable, we'll say. They can definitely give up some yards. Tampa Bay being somewhat of a naturally over team at this point. You got to like the way the Raiders at least played offensively against Kansas City. You figure that gives them a little bit more hope for Aiden O'Connell here in the future. And Bowers just gets the ball left and right. It doesn't matter if he's covered. It doesn't matter if who else is on the field, and they don't have many targets, but he's getting a ton of targets. So his receptions at 7 receptions, I think you're getting plus 124 today. I think that's a good number. 8, 9, 10 catches is more plus money. But what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take a shot here. Hopefully we can get Brock Bowers to kind of run free. Maybe by the first half, he has 70 yards because the Raiders are coming out throwing the ball to him. And we're going to take a shot at Brock Bowers at 110 yards or more today at plus 390. All right, so we're going to add him to that round robin ticket of Aaron Rodgers, 3 touchdown passes, and Russell Wilson for 25 rush yards. So Brock Bowers, we're going to jump back on his train today. I know he's a kind of a trendy one. This is what is my main drawback, is that he's just super trendy. But we're going to just cross our fingers and hope that he's just the kind of guy who's going to continue to do this. Like a Brock Bowers and Trey McBride yardage prop together every week would not be the worst thing to try to do in a popcorn parlay type of way. The popcorn parlay being take the baseline yards, maybe 40 each, and then also betting them for 50 yards each, and then betting them for 70 yards each, and then betting them for 100 yards each. And the higher you go up, the more popcorn you have building up in the popcorn bin, the higher of the payout that you're going to get at the end of the day. So I think this is a little bit of a stretch, but I mean, this is the deal. We're only putting in $10 to win $5,000 or so. All right. So you got to do a little bit of a stretch. And this $10, this ticket will win before any lottery ticket does in the 7-Eleven. I'll tell you that right now. So Brock Bowers for 110 yards at plus 390 is on this ticket. And the last one is we're going to take Isaac Guerendo, the running back for the 49ers today, to have 125 yards rushing at plus 680. Now, yes, you could dumb this all down on a straight normal ticket. Russell Wilson just is over 6.5 rush yards. Aaron Rodgers, 2 touchdowns. Bowers is 70 yards. Guerendo 70 yards. And you'll get, somewhat of a straight play there. $10 to win 100. Then that's fine. Dumb it down. But this is the stretch. This is the kind of, like I just said, the popcorn parlay type of numbers. Run them through the top here. But the theory on Isaac Guerendo is this. And actually, on a much more macro scale, the theory for playing a 4 o'clock play with these 1 o'clock play tickets is the fact that we do have a narrow slate. We have 3 less games to work with. So don't be so invested on maybe trying to make everything happen at 1 o'clock. Spread it out through all the games through the weekend and just try to find your best plays available. Because at the end of the day, I mean, that's really lesson number 1A at the very top. If you have a board full of thousands of plays with props, point spreads, whatever, you have everything to choose from. The moral of the story is this. Rule 1, Section A, find the best plays on the board and play those, whatever they are. Why would you lay points when you can take points, right? And that's kind of the theory here with Isaac Guerendo and this kind of popcorn parlay type of round robin ticket we have up here. So Guerendo at plus 680, all right, for 125 yards rushing. The 49ers love to use their running backs and solely one guy. They are a one-back, one-trick pony. And Guerendo is going to get all the carries. He's going to get a ton of carries today against the Bears team who, let's just be honest, they have a new coach. What exactly is their psyche? Can you get a good effort coming in from the Bears today? Yeah. But the Niners, who perhaps are getting, you're getting them at a great discount today. 3.5 is the point spread. We'll look at the spreads in a minute. This is a team who was in the Super Bowl last year. Yes, they've had injuries, but are they that bad? Probably not. Probably what they need is a nice home win against the Bears to get things back on track. And in my discussion with Dave Del Grande, looking at the 49ers, you can get 14-1 on them to win the division right now. Dave Del Grande says that's stealing money. 14-1 is a great bet for the 49ers right now to win that division. They could easily win out. They play everybody above them a couple of times here still. So good opportunity for San Francisco to finish the season strong. And you do. This is the point where you get teams who go on these runs. The Chiefs didn't look like anything good last year. No one wanted the Chiefs at this point last season, and all they did is run out the table and win the Super Bowl. I'm not saying that's what the 49ers will do, but I think we've seen their worst football behind them, and you're getting them at a discount today. You really, really are. And Grindo could be the big beneficiary of the contributions for the players here. And at 125 yards at plus 680, that's a good reach for me with these other guys to try to get this ticket to get home. So again, 3 of the 4 of these hit. It's a nice, it's a nice $600 payday on the average. If 3 of these 4 hit off of $10, the total investment, if 4 of the 4 hit, we're right at about $5,000. So Russell Wilson, 25 yards rushing. Aaron Rodgers, 3 touchdown passes. Brock Bowers, 110 yards receiving. And Isaac Grindo, 125 yards rushing. All right. I'll go ahead and flash the next ticket up on the screen. It's basically the same type of thing, but I put in the Bowers receptions. I dumbed it all down here. Bowers receptions for 7. Russell Wilson, I kept the 25 yards. I kept the Rodgers, 3 passing touchdowns. I knocked Grindo down to 70 yards rushing at minus 130. And then what I've also added is Will Levis, who has been playing better. All right. He's been playing a little bit better here. A game against Jacksonville at home. You would think that he might have somewhat of a decent day. I get it. The Titans have been 2-10 against the spread. They get throttled. But Levis had some passing yards, and he's been connecting with his receivers a little bit more. So we'll throw him on this little $7.50 ticket that at the end of the day pays $3,700. All right. So another big payout. Will Levis for 225 yards. I'm not saying he's trending fully in the right direction, but he's at least paddling that way. And then another guy we'll add to the list. And this guy's been unstoppable for us. He's had a touchdown in, I think, 7 of the last 8 games. He had 2 touchdowns last week. We've been all over him. We've kind of joked about him just because of his name a little bit here the last couple of seasons. And it's not like he's been a touchdown machine, but we just happened to jump on him at the right time. And he has been the bell cow at receiver for Tennessee, and that's Nick Westbrook-Akine. If you listen to the show religiously, you know that we like him. But for 40 yards today, he's adding a nice little payout. So this other ticket we have up on the screen, Westbrook-Akine, 40 yards receiving, Levis 225 passing, Bowers for 7 catches. We think that's a layup, minus 146. Russell Wilson for 25 yards rushing. That's going to be the hard one. Aaron Rodgers, 3 touchdowns passing will be the hard one. And we expect Grindo to get there at 70 yards rushing, barring injury. And that'll be another lesson we get to when we talk team stuff. Players can get hurt on props, but teams don't get hurt. You're still alive with your team bets, where, Grindo goes to the sideline, goes to the concussion tent, and, knock on wood, that doesn't happen. But, ticket over, per se. But this is a nice paying ticket. $7.50 pays out $3,783 at the end of the day. So I don't think this is a far-fetched lot of things to ask for that amount of a payout. I'll throw this. I'll do that when we get to teams. I'll let you guys study this one. We'll maybe talk about 2 touchdown scorers next and touchdown scorers when we come back from the break. But I'll go ahead and throw our 2 touchdown ticket up here. Go ahead and give it a little bit of a study, and then we'll kind of break it down as we go through it. And then what we'll do is we'll start to build some tickets right here live on the air for us all to play. If there's something that you want to play, go ahead and send us a text, 757-354-5517. 757-354-5517. I'll go ahead and put that up on the screen here. And then let's see here. You can also comment on our YouTube channel or on my Facebook. Facebook, just go to Stephen Patrick's son, and you can catch it there. And then YouTube channel is Deep End 757 Broadcasting, DEEPEND 757 Broadcasting. All right. So here's my 2 touchdown scores up on the list here. Up on the screen now, I should say. All right. And I got the right graphics up. Okay, let's go through the lines this morning. And honestly, I need to take a quick gander at the radar here. Let's just see where we might be having some hot spots across this country. It looks like we're pretty dry for the most part. Maybe South Beach, a little bit of rain, perhaps. There's a little bit in the area, but it looks like it's offshore. Relatively, we are pretty dry across Canada and the United States right now. So very, very little rainfall to deal with overall. So precipitation should not be an issue this afternoon. Let's take a look at the lines updated right now. Buccaneers are now 6.5, 46.5. The Browns at the Steelers 6.5, 43.5. I have a lot to say about this game. 3.5, 39.5 for the Titans and the Jaguars. I have some interesting sneaky angles here that make sense, I believe. This could be a game that's higher scoring than what we're saying. I know from the preseason, we said that the AFC South could easily be like a Pac-12 kind of division where there are a lot of points scored, and we kind of really haven't seen that for the most part. I wouldn't be shocked if this is one of the higher division AFC South games of the season, higher scored games. Levis against Mac Jones, really? Huh? I'll get to all that. I'll try to make it make sense here for you guys coming up. The Eagles home against the Panthers, 13.5, 45.5. Bryce Young and company, much more competitive as of late. The Eagles rolling as well. The Vikings will welcome Kirk Cousins back home today. 5.5 for Minnesota, 46.5. The Cousins Falcons have been bad. Are we going to get a Michael Penix Jr. Showing? We could. Cousins, he may get the hook if this is a bad performance today. And where's Justin Jefferson been? Can he get off today? That's a question we all want to get a yes answer to. As we'll talk about the Vikings and Justin Jefferson's potential as well. We already talked about the Jets and the Dolphins some with that Aaron Rodgers being on our 3-touchdown passer ticket. The Dolphins -5.5 and 44.5 over the Jets. And the Saints -5.5 on the road at the Giants. 41.5 the total there. Two teams, they're on different tiers, but the injuries for the Saints are building fast. Wondering if this is a good spot for the underdog Giants today. The Cardinals host the Seahawks -2.5, 44.5. The 49ers 3.5, 44.5. Again, it may be a discounted number on the 49ers here. And the Bills will lay 3.5, 49.5 at the Rams indoors today. Chiefs -3.5 tonight, 42.5 against the Chargers. The Bengals and Cowboys Monday night. Bengals 5.5, 49.5. Weather should not really be an issue anywhere. Let me just double check San Francisco. In fact, it's warmer today, where it's been really, really cold here on the Eastern Seaboard. I think we're going to get some warmer temps today, and we should be 60 degrees and sunny skies for the Niners and the Bears game. Let's see. Let's check that Miami weather real quick in case the rain may come in. Looks like we got a beautiful day in Miami. We're going to have mid-70s and sunny skies. So, there's a potential for points there as well. And let's just check the Nashville weather, make sure we're not going to get anything crazy there. A slight chance of precipitation later. Nothing too crazy. Maybe light rain. Really a slight chance, 20%. But the temperature should be in the mid-50s. Wind's not an issue in Nashville. And then Pittsburgh. If it's going to be nice in Miami, it'll be nice in Tampa Bay. And then the Pittsburgh weather, we'll just double clarify that. Sunny skies, 50 degrees. That is like heaven compared to the snow game they played in 2 weeks ago. All right, so there are your updated lines. Nothing really sticks out to me for major line movements here in the last 24 hours. So everything's kind of holding pretty steady in terms of lines not moving too much. All right. I've been jabbering here for about 40 minutes. So let me go ahead and take a quick break. I'll be back. And when we get back, we will do the art of making tickets. We will do 2 touchdown scores. And we'll start a little heavy here with 2 touchdown scores. We'll go over a good philosophy on those and a good way to attack those for yourself. So give me a quick 5 minutes. I'll be right back. This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network. I am Stephen Murray. The Round Robin NFL Week 14 is live. Family-owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Hey, does your home have algae or stains on the siding? Is there grime built up on your deck or brick patio? Coastal Pressure Washing Services has a warranty of professional services. From pressure washing to window cleaning to deck and fence staining, as well as dryer vent cleaning, you got it all. Call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net. Again, call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517. Do you want to advertise with Deep End Broadcasting? Send us an email at deepend757@yahoo.com. That's deepend757@yahoo.com.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
It is estimated that 23% of car accidents each year involve a cell phone. That's 1.3 million accidents a year. Reaching for your phone, you are 4 times more likely to crash. Dialing on your phone, 2.8 times more likely to crash. And texting on your phone, you are 23 times more likely to crash. Attentive drivers are safe drivers.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
All right, this is the Round Robin on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. I am Stephen Murray. Season 3 of our program. Thank you guys for tuning in this morning. I see we have some viewers out there steady on the morning. So thank you guys. Here's what we're here to do. Bring you early live content on NFL Sunday and get your mind really thinking about how to win some good cash. And we appreciate you guys tuning in. Thanksgiving, man. We heard from people from Saskatchewan, Canada, from Miami, Florida. So we've been all over here, hopefully growing well, and we'd love to get more of you guys' feedback. So go ahead and comment on our YouTube channel, Deep End 757 Broadcasting, or you can text us your questions on the text hotline 757-354-5517. That number is up on the screen. And the text hotline, hot and ready to go right next to me. All right. So the art of making tickets. In fact, I feel like I need to make a little graphic about this. So if you can bear with a little production, as I am always the on-air talent, the producer, and the engineer all at the same time. And let me get our text hotline on here as well, just so you guys can have it still on the screen. Yep, that should do it. Text us your plays. All right, I know it's enthralling radio listening to me, enthralling podcasting listening to me produce. Okay, the art of making tickets. Let's start with 2 touchdown scores and the philosophy and what to kind of maybe look for on that. So 2 touchdowns. We started this when the sports books opened up. We had the AFC Championship game with Buffalo and Kansas City, a game in which Kansas City won. All right. And I took Dawson Knox 80-1 for 2 touchdowns. I was like, he's the tight end. He can't get 2 touchdowns. That's kind of the question I was asking myself at the time. At 80-1 odds for 2 touchdowns for Dawson Knox. He gets the first one right off the bat. He's the first touchdown scorer. That's a ticket Anthony, the Ant-Man, likes to play a lot, is Dawson Knox to score first on an anytime touch, or his first touchdown, because he usually pays big odds. But Dawson Knox has made a living at scoring the first touchdown. So in that Chiefs-Bills championship game, Knox got 1, and I was convinced I was going to win that ticket. I had $200 on it at, I think it was 40-1 is what it was. So it was $200 to win 8,000. And sure enough, he didn't get the second one, but I was hooked. And there was a couple of close plays where he was close. So 2 touchdowns became a popular way of betting on this show. And I would say that maybe not quite half of our tickets winning are from 2 touchdown scores. I've kind of refined it a little bit to where if there's really a guy that I like, I will take him straight up just for 2. We've been fortunate enough to hit I think 3 or 4 of those at least. So we've hit David Njoku on the season on Monday night. We hit Mark Andrews on a Monday night when he finally broke out. And we hit on a Thursday night DeMarcus Robinson, who was at that time like 100-1 for 2 touchdowns. And we hit that big. Those 3 tickets alone have paid for this NFL season by far. And many of our bills here around the studio. So we've had plenty of 2 touchdown scores and opportunities with them. So the thing that you need to ask yourself with the 2 touchdown scores is, one, is this guy actually capable of scoring 2 touchdowns? And if the answer is why not, then you're priced in. And you can't be afraid to look at some of these middle tier guys as well. In fact, that's the ticket we'll build. The one that I have up on the screen is kind of a primary ticket, and I'll explain the reasoning through each and every one of them as we go. I have what is going to be a 6-player round robin, and if 3 of these 6 can get 2 touchdowns, then we're going to go ahead and win $1,000. The total amount invested on this ticket is $8. So there are 16 different ways between these 6, and 2 of these guys are in the same game. So they actually will not play with each other on this. They'll play separate. So they don't count as 1 and 2 if they both hit. I can go back through and do that and add each of these other ones individually, and maybe I will do that as we go through the morning. But did we get a little text here early on in the morning? Let's see here. It sounds like it. Okay, so let me just give you the reasoning. The first 2 guys of the same game are these 2. They're the ones in the middle if you're watching on TV here. We have, or actually in the middle towards the bottom, we have David Njoku and George Pickens. The reason why I would take 2 guys from this is that, here we do. We do have a good text message. All right. The reason why we would have 2 guys from this game is because it's the highest scoring game, at least to me, on the board. So that's part of the dealio, is we want to add on players that are going to be in the higher scoring games, or at least the higher scoring teams. There's a good chance here in this game in Pittsburgh and Cleveland, just because of the Jameis Winston factor, that you're going to get all that all together. You're going to get a ton of points here. So we gamble on that first off. And we take on the Browns part David Njoku, 1, because he won it for me the other night. 2, he's kind of been quiet for the most part of the season. And now he's really starting to kind of reemerge back out these last few weeks. And he won this ticket on Monday night in the first half by himself. And 3, the other reason would be Tillman and his lack of availability. And I'm assuming he's out again today. We're going to have to take a look when we get to the lines that there's no Tillman, because what that does is that pumps the ball to Njoku a little bit more as well. So at 21-1 odds, he's an easy throw on for a 2 touchdown ticket. All right, George Pickens. We could have gone a few different ways here. Najee Harris, Jalen Warren would have been a nice bigger price. But Russell Wilson does like Pickens. And I get it. He's got Denzel Ward hanging all over him probably a little bit today. But we saw what the Browns were able to do. What the Broncos were able to do against the Browns secondary the other night. I mean, there are guys running free. So you're not going to give me Pickens in a jump ball scenario maybe a couple of times here. I think there are probably several different touchdown scores, 2 touchdown scores for the Steelers today. But if I'm going to take 1 for 2, and we haven't had Mr. Pickens yet really for 2. I think there's been 1 game he's had 2. But this is a guy we played last year. In fact, for a while now, we were on him because his odds were paying so much. He was always around 30-1, 35-1, 40-1 for 2 touchdowns. And then he finally got it a few times. We're happy to hit him his first time that he got it. So we didn't miss the train there. We have no ill feelings towards him. But he's not a guy I've been kind of favoring to, mainly because the Steelers, before Mike Williams and all that, and the emergence of Calvin Austin III, and maybe Darnell Washington, the Steelers and Justin Fields was kind of a factor as well. Was Pickens ever going to really have the opportunity for two? Blanket coverage a lot, just held at bay. The truth is he's had a good season, but just for all those reasons I've just mentioned, he hasn't been the two guy. He hasn't been getting the 2 touchdowns. Against a team like the Browns, that could change today. So he's the reason why we'll go ahead and throw Pickens in with this David Njoku ticket. Let's see here. We do have a text message from the 203 area code. I'll text them back. Thank you. But touchdowns today for Mike Evans, David Njoku, Brock Bowers, and Westbrook Akine. All right, so he likes all the guys we do, except I'll tell you this. The Evans one is a little scary because of the injury factors. The injury factors are a little scary with Evans. So I do like the other plays, though, because we have Westbrook Akine already. We have Bowers already. And we do have Njoku already. So thank you from the 203 random text message. You can go ahead and, again, hit up the text hotline at 757-354-5517. I like all those picks. I do. Evans is a little scary with the injuries. We'll get to know more about that as we go through the morning. But those other 3 guys, even on a straight single parlay, look like they could be a good payout. All right. Also on this 2 touchdown scorer ticket I have, A.J. Brown. He's plus 950 for 2 today. He's due for 2. And I know people say, you can't bet things that are due. But there is a due list. When you're due, man. And A.J. Brown against what I would call a revolving turnstile of a Carolina Panthers secondary. They've been that way all year long. They're naturally over team. Yes, we get it. It's Barkley, but maybe they get Barkley a rest today and let A.J. Brown feast. You got to think they're going to give him his chances. So I think A.J. Brown is a good choice today for 2. Smith is still coming off injury a little bit. They use Goddard. But let's keep A.J. Brown happy today against a bad Carolina Panthers secondary. So at plus 950 for 2. He's easily someone you can throw on this ticket, I think, today. I like him better than Pickens to score 2. As far as Njoku goes, I would say that's about a push. I would say it's about a push, but maybe the slight favorite would be with A.J. Brown. So I think even just straight up for the $10 to win $95, that's not the worst thing in the world today. Take A.J. Brown for 2 touchdowns. The do list, we just mentioned it. Justin Jefferson is as due as his due gets. He's plus 650 for 2 touchdowns today. This Atlanta team's not super impressive coming in. In fact, I think the Vikings want to make it a point to slaughter Atlanta if they can, if they have that opportunity. If they do have that opportunity, it's going to come at the hands of Justin Jefferson with the dagger being himself for Atlanta in their playoff hopes today. So Justin Jefferson, not quite the dagger yet with Atlanta because they share that division lead, but it's not pretty. Tampa Bay could easily be a game up on them by the end of the day. But Justin Jefferson, you got to think one of these weeks he is going to be getting off and doing he's going to get 3 touchdowns. All right. He's on that do list, man. He's going to get it. A team against Atlanta is someone likely to give it up to him. So Justin Jefferson we put on the list today. All right, New Haven, Connecticut rhymes in the true Allah. All right, we appreciate you, man. Thank you for texting us. Your touchdown picks today of Evans, Njoku, Bowers, and Westbrook. All right, Devontae Adams. We talked about Aaron Rodgers perhaps having a big game today for him. All right, so Aaron Rodgers to throw 2 touchdowns to Devontae Adams could very easily happen. Did they have 2 touchdowns together last week? I believe that they did. Let's see here. We got time to look it up. Let's get back to that old week 13 with the Jets box score here. Let's see here. Touchdown wise for now, just 1 for Adams, 1 for Isaiah Davis. Those were the 2 passing touchdowns for the Jets last week. But 5 receptions for Adams. He was targeted 12 times. So they're really trying to get that timing down. He's had the most targets. So Devontae Adams against a, Miami secondary, who's not the greatest. All right, has a chance today for 2 touchdowns at 15-1 odds. So we throw him on the list. And then we're going to throw Brock Bowers on there. If you've been listening all morning, Brock Bowers, we're just going to, where we've been off his train early in the season, where we were on his train early in the season, we jumped off the last several weeks. We're probably late getting back onto the train, but onto that train we will go regardless. And we're going to hope for yards today for Bowers. We're going to hope for receptions. But he's good enough to put on this 2 touchdown ticket for Brock Bowers at 18-1. All right, so those are our guys: Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown, David Njoku, George Pickens, Brock Bowers, and what we will call a primary 2 touchdown score ticket. All right, if all 6 of these guys are to hit, here, let me go down the whole wrath of how this could break down today for us. And the total investment involved with these guys. So we don't have to log in. All right, that's good. All right, 2 touchdown scores today. Did we play the 2s? No, we did not play the 2s. All right, again, Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Njoku, George Pickens, Brock Bowers. This is a primary ticket. These are the guys we trust the most that are the superstar names. So what we have is 16 different 3-game parlays amongst this crew, with the average payout being just under $1,000. We have 9 different 4-game parlays. Again, we can't use the 2 guys from the same game. They're going to act out as in 2 different players on 2 different tickets, unless we go back and calculate them in individually with the extra guy, which we probably will do. So that's Njoku and Pickens. Can't be 2 of the 3 on this ticket. They can be if we go re-enter solo. Yeah, Njoku, Pickens, and then the other, any combination of the rest: Brown, Jefferson, Adams, Bowers. All right, the 4-game parlay averages out, if we get 4 of the 6 of these, about $12,000. If we hit 5 of the 6, we're going to hit $130,000. Actually, it will be more. It'll depend. Depend on Njoku and Pickens, which one hits. If it's Njoku, it's more like $160,000. If it's like Pickens, it'll be more like $100,000. And that's on top of the other winning bets we have already. I mean, so we're going to win a bunch of the 4s. We're going to win a bunch of the 3s. So we're easily up to a $250,000 profit on this ticket. And then if all 6 are to hit at a total investment of 33 cents, we can cash out $958,000 today on that one, on those 6 alone by itself on that one ticket. All the other things would add up as well. So we would be looking at About $1.4 million off of a total of, let's see, 233, 10, about $20. $20 investment to win $1.4 million. And you can't tell me that in some universe or some world, we can't have these 6 guys get 2 touchdowns today. Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown, David Njoku, George Pickens, Brock Bowers. Maybe we just get 3. That's fine. 2 is not a winner. Now, we could play it with the 2s. It's just going to cost us more money. On some of our longer shot guys, we will play the 2s. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and scoop down the list and kind of come up with another 2 touchdown score ticket we can all do on the air here that can try to get us home. All right, if we look at the Raiders and the Buccaneers, we have Bowers on the 1 ticket, so we naturally want to not put more shells into the basket of the Raiders. Now we want to diversify our tickets a little bit, and now we want to find a Buccaneer for sure who can get 2 touchdowns kind of on a somewhat long shot. Now, again, Evans and Bucky, I always want to say Bucky Hodges. I don't know why. But Bucky Irving and Evans both may not play, but I have them listed right now. So we're going to assume that they're going to play as of 8:18 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Buccaneer options are this. And now on this kind of like second type of tier player ticket, I always want to look for a ringer or 2, guys who are more or less not layups, but guys who are very likely to have a real good chance to get 2 touchdowns, like your Saquon Barkleys of the world. Mike Evans could qualify actually in this game for a ringer ticket against the Raiders defense. The injuries scare me. They just do. So what we'll do on this middle tier ticket is we'll go ahead and take, well, the healthy guys, Rachaad White at 9-1. But man, Bucky will counterfeit him perhaps. So let's just go ahead and stick it basic with Cade Otton. And let's get him involved here at 19-1. And we'll put him on a mid-tier ticket. So 19-1, that's going to start off a nice paying number. Other guys who have a shot here, you have Amir Abdullah, 26-1. Trey Tucker, 27-1. Sterling Shepard, 30-1. Jalen McMillan, 55-1. Sean Tucker, 70-1. Baker Mayfield's intriguing at 70-1. The Bucs defense, 85-1. Michael Mayer, 110-1. Is someone who's actually intriguing. Trey Palmer at 130-1, to be honest. That seems like that's a long, long number away. And I mean, you kind of almost want to take a Trey Palmer at 130-1. But we'll add that maybe for another 1 touchdown ticket. See, that's the other thing you can do. Guys who are like 130-1, like Trey Palmer, let's see what they are for just an anytime touchdown today. He's plus 850 for 1. So that's just for 1 for him. That's a ticket you want to build for a 1 touchdown score type of round robin. And a nice big payout for not putting much in is a Trey Palmer. So let me mark him down at least on the sheet of paper so we can come back to it. And this is the art of making tickets. Trey Palmer, touchdown score, long shot, plus 850. All right, it's a nice payout because he has a shot today. There's no Godwin. All right. You know, there's going to be holes in that Raiders secondary, and it could come at the hands of the 3rd or 4th option here for Tampa Bay through the air. But let's throw Cade Otton on this kind of mid-level tier player 2 touchdown scorer ticket for the sake of just building it with you guys right now. But Trey Palmer at 130-1 is attractive. I'll say that. But for the 1 touchdown, we can throw him on a separate ticket. All right, Browns Steelers. We expect a lot of points. So again, let's go ahead and hit this one up. If we're going to look for, no, No Cedric Wilson. Okay. If we're going to look for longer shots, let's look on the Steelers' behalf here and see who we got. We have Freiermuth at 33-1, which I think that's the play. He's been scoring. He's been getting in there. It's been Darnell Washington, but it's been Freiermuth a little bit more lately. And at 33-1, that's a good ticket. Now, the Steelers' defense is 60-1. You got to have them on some sort of a ticket somewhere, maybe even just by themselves for $5 to win 300, because you don't want to be left out in the cold like I was the other night. I was really contemplating putting $50, $100 on the Denver defense to win at 95-1 for 2 touchdowns. I settled for David and Njoku for a much lower price of like $25 or $35, whatever I bet on him at 30-1, which was still nice. Okay. But it wasn't 95-1 nice. And the Steelers at 60-1, they have 2 defensive touchdowns, or actually, there's actually a chance, I would say, for that today. So Freiermuth at 33-1 is interesting. Calvin Austin III at 34-1 is another guy who's interesting. He's been getting the ball a lot. Jerome Ford's 35-1, 100-1 for Michael Woods II. Mike Williams is 110-1. He's the guy you put on with your Trey Palmer long shot ticket. So Mike Williams for 1 touchdown and what could be a higher scoring game today. We'll look to add him at least for 1 and put him on that obscure Trey Palmer ticket, because that's going to be a low investment. And then we'll go ahead and build that here in a second too, just so I can show you guys. I'll find the long shot 1 touchdown guy as we go through with the two guys. But give me Freiermuth at 33-1. Right now, him and Cade Otton for 25 cents pays off $169.75 if they were both to win. I'll go ahead and throw 50 cents on it to win $339.50. So that's Cade Otton and Pat Freiermuth. Next game on the board. Jacksonville and Tennessee. This is a game we haven't talked about. But I could see this being a sneaky higher scoring game. The philosophy on this one is, to me, is that Mac Jones plays with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder here. It's not like he's laying down, guys. He's just been kicked to the curb. He has something to prove. He is going to have good paying numbers today for Mac Jones. I mean, Mac Jones for 300 yards passing is 11-1. Mac Jones for 2 touchdowns plus 230, 3 touchdowns, 10-1 today for Mac Jones. Could he have a bad game? Absolutely. Could he come out of nowhere today and throw the ball all over the park? Yep, he could. Brian Thomas Jr. for my fantasy hopes as well. Levis is also paying big numbers for his yards and touchdowns. But this is a sneaky one here. I want to think the Titans want to get the losing taste out of their mouth at home and beat the Jaguars. They don't want to lose to Jacksonville at home. So I think they're just motivated by that. And Mac Jones playing with a chip gives me a little bit of weird motivation as well. All right, so if we could see some points here, where do we get them from? Pollard is 6-1. Travis Etienne is 16-1. Ridley 17-1. Westbrook Akine, my guy, 20-1. Bigsby 20-1. Brian Thomas Jr. is an interesting one at 22-1. Evan Ingram at 38-1. Tajay Spears 40-1. Parker Washington 42-1. Levis 55-1. Chigozium Okonkwo. I got Okonkwo right. I don't get that first part right. 65-1 for him. And this is a player who's been trending up for us. Is Okonkwo. So do we want to throw him in this mix at 65-1? I think he's primed. Let's throw him with these other tight ends here. Freiermuth and Cade Otton. So Okonkwo for Tennessee, the tight end there. And how about we just throw in Brian Thomas Jr. at 22-1 as well? And wow, just the 4 of these guys together. Brian Thomas Jr., Okonkwo, Freiermuth, and Cade Otton. We have 2 different 3-game parlays. So if Thomas Jr. hits, Freiermuth and Otton, we're going to get paid out about $8,000, and then we're going to get about $14,000 if it's Okonkwo, Freiermuth, and Otton. If all 4 hit, then we're going to get paid out pretty good as well. We'll have to do one with Okonkwo and Brian Thomas Jr. by themselves. But Otton, Freiermuth, Okonkwo, and Brian Thomas Jr. We'll do all this for $1.75 to win $107,000 right now. So this is the art of building tickets. Let's keep going. Carolina and Philadelphia. Again, do we want a Carolina guy for 2 touchdowns today? Probably not. We probably want a Eagle at the end of the day. So where do we start here? I mean, why don't we just take Jalen Hurts at plus 320? Let's just make him our ringer. So that's our ringer play for today. Jalen Hurts at plus 320. That's a better number than Barkley at plus 180. Hurts is very capable of scoring 2 touchdowns. They might be trying to give Barkley this MVP thing, but Hurts will run it in himself as well. So let's throw Hurts on this ringer ticket. Maybe we should just put Barkley on there. Yeah, I'm going to stick to my gut and put a Hurts on here at plus 320. We're going to get a little bit better payout at the end of the day for him. So Hurts, Brian Thomas, Okonkwo, Freiermuth, and Cade Otton. And we use Hurts as a ringer play because it really makes all these other ones live. Hurts is almost not easy to get to, but once he does get the 2, then if you're betting these for the 2s, now if Okonkwo hits, that's a big payout with a 2-game parlay of plus 320 and 65 to 1. Even if it is for 25 cents, it's still a couple $100. Brian Thomas Jr. and Hurts. Hurts gives you all kinds of 2 possibilities at the end of the day here. Averaging like $100 anyway, but some just really, really good payouts, I would say, with Hurts. And he just makes the other guys that much more live here at the end of the day. So we're building this ticket. And I'm just playing this in different tickets as we go now. But this is a $4.75 ticket. All these guys to score. The total payout will be $464,000. And that is 2 touchdowns from Cade Otton, Pat Freiermuth, Okonkwo, Brian Thomas Jr., Jalen Hurts. Again, the philosophy on the 2 touchdown guys is this. Find the games with the points. All right? Ask yourself, are these guys capable of scoring 2 touchdowns? If the answer is yes, then you have a bet. We've had plenty of 2 touchdown scores. A lot of these times it is these middle-level guys who get it. And really for pennies on the dollar, you can get some great payouts where, honestly, if you hit one of these in a season, you're going to pay out the whole season, everything. So you just need to hit one of 3 of these guys one time to do it. If you play the 2s, and you'll get a couple of those, you will. I mean, you'll at least get your money back. Worst case scenario, if not make a little bit of profit still. So I don't want to say that it's free money, but it really is investing low to win a very, very good amount of cash. All right, let's see who else we can come up with on this art of making tickets. How about this? My theory and rationale and everything behind it and breaking down how we do things has taken a good hour and 15 minutes. Hopefully you've learned a little bit here. Vikings-Falcons game. Yes, definitely a shot for 2 touchdown scores on both sides, but let's trust the Vikings a little bit more at home here. And let's just go ahead and throw in TJ Hawkinson. He's due. We have some tight ends on here already. We got the 1 wide receiver, Thomas Jr. and Jalen Hurts. But TJ Hawkinson at 24 to 1 is very capable of scoring 2 touchdowns today. The coach loves him. They want to get him involved. Let's get him in there. 2 touchdowns for Hawkinson, 24 to 1. I like it. So we throw him onto the list. And right now we can't play all these guys together for the grand jackpot because it's winning too much money. But we can play him for much smaller values. Try not to waste all the money here on all these tickets. But we do like Hawkinson. Let's see here. So, let's get Hawkinson off the twos. All right, $2.70 to win $664,000. And we were literally betting 10-cent legs here. So 3 of these hit is 1,000. We're going to get about 20,000 each if 4 of them hit. And if 5 of them hit, we're going to get a couple $100,000. I should put that up easily to 20 cents. Yes, there we go. $500,000 now. All right, so Cade Otton, Freiermuth, Okonkwo, Brian Thomas Jr., Jalen Hurts, and TJ Hawkinson. Bets being placed. I reuse those selections. And what else do we have for the 1 o'clocks? We got a couple games left. Jets and the Dolphins, Saints and the Giants. Let's go ahead and look at this Jets and Dolphins game. Again, if we want a long shot here, who's a good one to take here? Garrett Wilson's 18-1. We haven't used him. So maybe he's kind of our ringer type of guy here. Let's throw him in as a semi-ringer. Garrett Wilson, 18-1. He just sticks up off the mat right off the bat here since we used Devontae Adams and the other one. Of course, Achane would be your layup go-to guy for the Dolphins. But we'll throw Garrett Wilson on this ticket. Again, we'll add them all up here. And it looks like we can only do the 4-game parlays and the 3-game parlays now as well. So it's $100 if 2 of those guys hit. Okay, 3-game parlays. We'll stick with the 3s, the 4, and the 4s. So Garrett Wilson, Hawkinson, Hurts, Brian Thomas Jr., Okonkwo, Freiermuth, and Otton. We'll go ahead and place those. We'll reuse these one more time. I'm going to go back to my bet slip. I'm going to delete a couple of them. I'm going to delete Okonkwo. I'm going to delete, let's just take Brian Thomas Jr. out of there as well. So we use Otton, Freiermuth, Hurts, Hawkinson, and Garrett Wilson now. We want to get Garrett Wilson and Hawkinson involved a little bit more in these 3s. So that's what we'll do. 20 cents there, 20 cents there, another $3, 20 cents there. All right, $3.20 to win $400,000. Now we use Hurts, Freiermuth, and Otton with just Hawkinson and Wilson. So we diversified it a little bit. And the other thing we want to do before we back out of this 2-touchdown philosophy type of dealio is we want to go back to the original 2 guys we had here for Tennessee and Jacksonville. We don't want both of these guys to hit. Well, this has happened before. Both of these guys will hit and nobody else. And you don't get a payout unless you do it this way. But Okonkwo, right, Brian Thomas Jr., that is $1 will pay you out $559.97. So they're worth the $1. Okonkwo and Brian Thomas Jr. by themselves. All right. So that, again, 2 touchdown scores, make it make sense. Take the teams with points who you think are going to be scored on the day. Go ahead and round robin these guys. It takes 25, 10 cents, and you can get a really, really big payout. So points, and then ask yourself, is this guy really capable of scoring 2? And then find good reasons like we have. The Carolina Panthers secondaries are a revolving door. So A.J. Brown, it just makes sense that A.J. Brown, who hasn't had 2 touchdowns in quite some time against a bad Carolina secondary, this would be his time today. let's see here. Anytime touchdowns, we mentioned that. And we have two guys here. Let's see if we can add to these guys real quick. And I made a case for Trey Palmer because he was at 120 to 1. And for one, Trey Palmer's at plus 850. All right. So this is all just for one touchdown. And let's throw Mike Williams in here as well. Knowing that Calvin Austin III has kind of really been the next best option. And at plus 310 for Calvin Austin, that's a great price. I'm almost tempted really just to use him. But let's say Mike Williams gets involved today at plus 650. Let's throw him on the list. Let's look at this Tennessee-Jacksonville game. Long shot guy in this game. Since we could have points here down the list. Well, Levis could certainly run it in for 5 to 1. Oh, there's our guy, Okonkwo. He's plus 500. So let's just take him for the 1. That way we're not relying on 2 for Okonkwo. Let's see, this Eagle-Panther game. Do we want to take anyone there? I think this would be a good game to skip because you're not going to get a good super payout on one guy unless he's a Panther, and I just don't want to take any Panthers today in case this is just a real bad test for him. Vikings and the Falcons. The Vikings are good at getting random guys to score. So let's see. Josh Oliver at plus 550 is an interesting one. Let's see. Ty Chandler's scored before. Jalen Naylor, nephew Dave likes him, is at 5 to 1. Sam Darnold's 5 to 1. Cam Akers plus 350. Hawkinson plus 260. Let's go ahead and throw in Naylor at 5 to 1. We'll give nephew Dave some love on this pick. The Jets and the Dolphins, a good sneaky play in this game would be, if you do Jonnu Smith and Westbrook Akine for a touchdown, just those two guys, you're making an absolute killing. So there's a lot of guys paying a lot of money here on this list. But long shot wise today, how about Tyler Conklin at plus 550 for 1? All right. That's the guy we don't want to quite abandon yet, especially if we think Rodgers can have a big passing game. And then is there anyone else you want to do at 1 o'clock? Saints and the Giants. Do we want to do a Theo Johnson maybe? You feel like he's kind of trending the right way. Let's see here. Drew Lock, he's been running it in 6 to 1. Foster Moreau, no. I don't even see a Theo Johnson. Is he even hurt? There's our Amir Smith Marseille at 30 to 1. We never see him on the field. All right, let's just leave it with this. Man, they're very limited in this Giant Saint game. This really might be a complete pass on everything. But let's use these 5 players. 1 touchdown each. Longer shot guys, but guys who could definitely get 1 and sneak it on in there for you. Trey Palmer, Mike Williams, Chigozie Okonkwo, Jalen Naylor. Okonkwo is with the Titans. Naylor's with the Vikings. And Tyler Conklin, the tight end of the Jets. So we do a round robin of those guys. And let's just do 25 cents a leg. And we'll do a little more. Let's do 40 cents a leg. $6.40 wins $13,000. If you get 3 of these 5, $145 on the average. So Tyler Conklin, Jalen Naylor, Okonkwo, Mike Williams, and Trey Palmer, all for 1. Is that worth the $640 investment? I guess so, for $13,000. Can we dumb it down a little bit? Maybe get below this tax number? We'll leave it like that. All right, so we'll play that ticket. And that's good long shot guys and a nice payout. $6.40 to hit 3 of the 5 gets you $145. All All right, so not too bad. Again, those guys are Trey Palmer, Mike Williams, Chigizium, Okonkwo, Jalen Naylor, and Tyler Conklin. All right, let's go ahead and take another break. It's 8:41 a.m. Eastern, and when we get back, let's take a look at let's go ahead and take a look at some running back receiver numbers and some quarterback rushing numbers. We'll combine the two. Let's see if we can find a good, fun ticket with all those guys involved, and we'll post it. I'm rotating tickets throughout the morning. This is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network. We are live from our Chicks Beach studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. We'll take a break. We will be right back after this.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
Hey, does your home have algae or stains on the siding? Is there grime built up on your deck or brick patio? Coastal Pressure Washing Services has a warranty of professional services. From pressure washing to window cleaning to deck and fence staining, as well as dryer vent cleaning, you got it all. Call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net. Again, call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517. Do you want to advertise with Deep End Broadcasting? Send us an email at deepend757@yahoo.com. That's deepend757@yahoo.com.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
It is estimated that 23% of car accidents each year involve a cell phone. That's 1.3 million accidents a year. Reaching for your phone, you are 4 times more likely to crash. Dialing on your phone, 2.8 times more likely to crash. And texting on your phone, you are 23 times more likely to crash. Attentive drivers are safe drivers. Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sounds like shown tonight. Never feel how I said all night. I got a right. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I got it right. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Stayed all night. I got it right. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night.
This is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray from our Deep End Studios in the lovely Chicks Beach section of the Virginia oceanfront, bayfront, I shall say, as the ocean is right around the bend. And the lovely docile tones of the Pie Tasters bring us in on this joyous Sunday morning. December football, as they say, December the 8th, 2024. We're just before 9 o'clock. All right, so if you're just tuning in, what you've missed is we lost our audio with Dave Del Grande, our usual conversation.
of a couple of hours, which is always enthralling. But we lose it because of technical issues within the studio where we sounded like complete robots. And it's not anything you guys want to listen to. In fact, I had to reboot the show, and I think I've diagnosed the problem not being to where I thought it was with the analog phone line, the old school radio station setup. A simple reboot was able to fix things as it always has done in the past. And I just did not catch our little bit of a robot voice that we had going on. So no Dave Del Grande this morning, unfortunately. So I've been double timing it here because we usually record him a day or so before. So I've been in with you all morning, and what we've been doing is giving you a little bit more of the method of the madness and behind the scenes of the philosophy and really just the art of making tickets, in which we've done so far with you, creating a long shot anytime touchdown scorer ticket and a medium tier 2 touchdown score ticket as well. Again, guys who are capable of scoring 2 or guys capable of scoring 1 at big numbers parlayed together in hopes to hit 3 of the 5, 4 of the 5, even 5 of the 5, 6 of the 6, whatever the case may be. And we have literally invested, I think, less than, let's see here, less than 10, 15 bucks all morning. And I think we are somewhere up to a couple of million in payouts. If, I mean, these things happen, which is not really much to ask for, to be honest. But anyway, I got those tickets on the screen. I'll review them one more time. It was 2 touchdowns, the ticket we built with you guys just a minute ago. On the screen now. K. Dotton for 2. Pat Fryermuth for 2. He's been trending up. Trending up is also Okonkwo, the tight end for Tennessee. Brian Thomas Jr. and a Mac Jones chip on his shoulder game, maybe. A nice long shot at 22-1. Jalen Hurts is our ringer. TJ Hawkinson is a 2 touchdown long shot, and then Garrett Wilson as well at 18-1. All right. So that's the one we built with you, and then we did this 1 touchdown score with Trey Palmer, Mike Williams, Okonkwo, Jalen Naylor, and Tyler Conklin. And actually joining us in the studio a little bit early this morning. And we'll get him involved in this next segment as well before we really get into the meat of the slate. But we have Nephew Dave popping in. What's up, Nephew Dave?
Morning.
Good morning. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Good morning. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday. Got your mic up. Our man in New Haven, Connecticut, the true Allah, also likes K. Dotton today. Again, his picks: Westbrook Akine. He likes Bowers. He likes Njoku. He likes Evans. And he likes K. Dotton. Evans is the one that scares me with the injuries, per se. But no Dave Del Grande this morning. We lost him robotic-wise. But what we've been doing is giving a good lesson to all the listeners and viewers out there who've been tuning in. And we've been making tickets, kind of giving the philosophy of how you select someone potentially to score 2 touchdowns, et cetera, et cetera. I was going to do one more, and I'll get you to join in with us, maybe get your take as we go through it. But I was going to look specifically right now at running back receiving yards and quarterback rushing yards, because this isn't always an interesting one to get to. So when I look at the Buccaneers and the Raiders, I did notice that O'Connell was running for a decent amount of yards, and Baker Mayfield actually also likes to run the football as well. So I think quarterback rushing yards are very much alive in this game. The only quarterback I have listed right now is Baker Mayfield at 13.5. His alternate rushing is 25 yards at plus 300. I think that's an easy add-on against the Raiders. Mayfield can definitely scramble for 25. He can do that on one run. He doesn't run out of bounds. He likes to turn it upfield on you. And he's one of my more favorite guys as a quarterback rusher to do things and to run with purpose. When he sees that there's a lot of green grass in front of him, he will tuck the ball without hesitation and go. And a lot of times you can get those 25 yards just on that. So if we're going to build a bigger, higher paying ticket, and that's the goal right now, Baker Mayfield at plus 300 for 25 yards is about as good of a deal as you can get, to be honest, in my mind. So quarterback rushing prop wise, I do like that. Dave, do you have anything to say about Mayfield?
Yeah, Steve, I actually really like that angle. I have him having a good day today. I had him for 3 touchdown passes anyway somewhere. I just really like the Buccaneers in this spot, struggling Raiders team. But yeah, we've seen it, multiple times. We've seen it in his college career. We've seen it in his NFL career. Yeah, he's not afraid to come right at you, Steve. So I love that angle.
All right, and if we're looking at receiving props with running backs, we have a couple here. So we have a baseline of Bucky Irving right now. I'm assuming he's going to play at 20.5, and Rachaad White is at 16.5. Now, here's the deal. If Irving doesn't play much and he gets scratched or just doesn't get scratched and doesn't play much, I mean, this Rachaad White one, the potential goes through the roof here on this one. Rachaad White right now is at plus 186 for 25 yards or more. I feel like my sports book plays a little bit of a trick on me, knowing that I like to bet 40 yards on some of these guys. Thus, they're limiting my my offerings here. I don't know if it's on purpose or by accident, but 25 yards is the best number I can get. I'm sure Dave can find a better price elsewhere, but for the sake of building this ticket on the air, 25 yards receiving for Rachaad White is something I would have to keep. But Bucky Irving's been a machine too, and he can definitely get 25 or 40, and he's at plus 370 for 40. So I think the thing to do here is know that I'm going to use these guys, but for the sake of our ticket and trying to win, I'll take a pass for now, not knowing exactly the load share. But know that both of these guys could easily get 25 if they both play.
Yeah, Steven, I have Rachaad White 40 plus receiving, that number that you like to land at, plus 475. So I think that's a great number to give it a try if Bucky's, I do think that he will play. That I've seen, he's got numbers all across the board. Questionable, but I'd like to think he's going to try and give it a go. But Steve, if he is, hurt like that, maybe his load is a little bit light. So we see a little bit more of Rachaad White. So I love the 25 and 40 angle. Maybe you could do a little same game there with the Baker's rushing and Rachaad White's receiving.
Right. Yeah. You could definitely do that with the same game. For the complexity of my round robin, I'll keep one option a game, and I'll just go with the best bet Baker for 25. But no, trust me, Dave, I will be playing in the other two as well. All right, so what's our next best bet? And we want to look at another game that we think can have points as well. And again, whenever you attack props and you want to bet the overs, bet the games you think can have a lot of points. And why not with this Cleveland and Pittsburgh one? They put up a bunch of points in the snow just a couple of weeks ago. Here, they'll have nice upper 50s, sunny, clear skies, and a nice, easy field to run on. So why not points here as well? So we'll look at the quarterback rushing props first. And we already have Russell Wilson on that one ticket for 25 yards because it's paying so ridiculous. Russell Wilson, he's up to plus 710. He was plus 680 when we took him earlier. Now plus 710 makes me want to take him more. But I'm not going to take him on this ticket per se, just because we already have him mixed in with those other random angles. I don't want to get burned by the same thing on multiple tickets. But what we can do is certainly play him for over 6.5 rushing yards. If he sees the green that Bo Nix had in front of him on that Monday night game, then Russell Wilson's definitely bound to run with the ball. He does the same type of scramble rollout throws. So if he breaks to the edge and he sees that the Browns, after the Steelers send all their receivers deep, are leaving 20, 25 yards of open space, Bo Nix could easily have had 50 yards rushing the other night.
No doubt.
If he would have kept just running the ball. But he was committed to the long throw. I think Wilson may see some designed runs today. So 6.5 is a good number there for him. Now, the other, and I don't have a Jameis Winston rushing prop, so we won't discuss that. Dave, you might find one on your book. Let's see what you get. So let me get to the running back receiver yards. And the one guy that always is going to stick out to me is Jaylen Warren for the Steelers. He is quite capable here. Jerome Ford would be another one. I don't see Ford even listed on my list here, which is kind of random. I do have him for receptions, and he's a nice payout for 3 or 4 receptions, Jerome Ford, plus 220, plus 490. So that's kind of interesting to me. He's good for at least a couple of them. But he's the more deep down the field thrower. The Steelers actually have designed plays for Jaylen Warren. For 25 yards receiving, he's plus 172. Najee Harris is the other interesting one. He definitely gets receptions too. And for 25 yards for him, he's plus 310. He does get the lion's share of the playing time with Warren, but Warren's still in there. See, this is going to be a tough little call here on Jaylen Warren for his 25 or Harris for his 25, because the number on Harris is so much more. But I think what I'll do, since he is the scat back, I will go ahead and take Jaylen Warren for 25 yards on this round robin right here. What do you have to add, Dave?
Yeah, I like that, Steve. If you want to go, you want to go with Ford, 25 plus is plus 280 for him. Yeah, I mean, I like all those angles, Steve. I have 8.5, so a little bit of a bigger number for Russell Wilson there. So we'll take a look at that. But this game, I agree we should see some points down here. And Jameson might be somebody we have to think about for an interception. He loves he loves to push the ball down the field, and he has some success doing it. But while he's doing it, you can almost guarantee an interception as well, just because of the gunslinger mentality that he has. So there's definitely some good angles within this game, Steve.
Well, Dave, I didn't tell you this. I'm literally it's hard to be depressed after you win. That was the case Monday night with my David Njoku 2-touchdown straight up ticket.
Right.
Because there is a world where I had Njoku parlayed with the Denver defense at 95-1 for 2 touchdowns. Trust me.
Yep.
That was a $5 world that pays several thousands of dollars that I did not pull the trigger on. So I'm not going to make that mistake today. I rather, if it loses, it loses. But somewhere along the lines, I will have Pittsburgh defense scoring 2 touchdowns today. So, yes, I would say that an interception is virtually a lock here. So, running back receive yards, quarterback rush yards. As much as I want to throw Wilson on this ticket at plus 710, you know what? Let's take them both. Let's take Warren for 25 yards, and let's take Russell Wilson for his 25 yards as well, rushing at plus 710. It's just too tempting to pay out now. And now, just on the same game parlay bonus, 25% bonus right now, I can get Jaylen Warren for 25 yards receiving, Wilson for 25 rushing, and Baker Mayfield for 25 rushing. $10 can pay out $848 right now. So that is not too bad just for those 3. You're not asking the world, people. You're asking to literally go across your living room a couple of times, all right, with the football. So I might take that. Let's see if we can add one more I'm super confident about. This is an interesting one to me, Dave. Jacksonville and Tennessee. Mentioned that we have Mac Jones with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder here. He played like it. He almost bring the Jaguars back to victory against Houston. They fell just short. But Jacksonville or the Texans with a big lead saw Mac Jones come in and play angry, and he played interesting. All right, so he's one guy who's going to kind of catch my eye for a second. And then as bad as the Titans were and lost to your Commanders, Levis was still able to throw the ball some in garbage time, especially. He seems to be trending the right way just a little bit. So we need to take a look at him as well. Now, the only quarterback rushing yards I have is Levis for 20.5 yards. I'm going to tell you that's going to be a pass right now. I would love to see a Mac Jones number up on here. In fact, Mac Jones does have a rushing touchdown in his first start here a few weeks ago. So I'll keep an eye on that as we get closer to kickoff. The number is bound to pop up.
I have one for you.
What do you got?
Mac Jones, if he can get there for 25 rushing yards, 5-1.
Yeah, see, that's a good price. That's one I'd like to see pop up in my book. In fact, I'm going to have to start playing these on some other books, I think, at the end of the day here. I'm going to investigate that as the afternoon goes along when I have some time. But as far as the running back receive yards go, Tajay Spears, I see at 9.5. Pollard is at 16.5. Whew. Do I get an alternate number on Spears, and do I want to take him? I do not. You probably do, Dave.
25 plus at plus 320. They're not giving me it's weird. Some guys have a baseline and some don't. And some just start right out at 25 and then work their way up. But 25 plus for Spears plus 320.
And I do have a Pollard receiving yards. And 25 yards receiving for Pollard is at plus 194. I think I can lock that in against a bad Jacksonville team, to be honest. So go ahead and lock me in Tony Pollard at 25 yards receiving as well. All right, let me back out here. Carolina and the Eagles. Bryce Young is a guy I like to take rushing. He's been a sneaky rushing guy. And he seems to get there more often than not. He's at 13.5 today against Philadelphia. Now, against the Philadelphia defense, this is the right recipe you're looking for when you're talking about a quarterback getting his rushing yards and an alternate over. He's going against a pretty good defense. And that's kind of what you want. Because what you want is you want him under pressure. You want him to have his receivers locked down, which they probably will be. And he'll be scrambling, and he has the athleticism enough, at least, to rush for those yards and get you there. Will he get you there every time? He might not even attempt it enough for you to get there. But 13.5's a good baseline for him. I think he'll get that. The question is can he get to 25 yards at 3-1? I think we try him out here. I think we throw him on the list just because of the nature of the beast of the Eagles defense. He's going to force Bryce Young into having those kind of opportunities to scramble 2 or 3 or 4 times. And if that's the case, he's bound to get those 25 yards for him. So anything on that before I move on, Dave?
No, I like that. That all makes sense. I think I would more so stick to the baseline just because it's 13.5, 25. He could be running for his life, so he could get that. But man, that Eagles defense does scare me a little bit in that regard.
This one actually might be better. I can get Chuba Hubbard at 25 receiving at a better price of plus 350. Now, Bryce Young is going to dump it off to Chuba before he's going to run with the ball at the end of the day. So let's throw Hubbard in there for his 25 yards receiving because he can't catch the ball as well. And again, if you get him into, he's kind of like a James Conner type of guy. If you get him into the flat space, he's kind of a bigger body and it's going to be harder to bring down. And if you just kind of get him on the go, then that's maybe an easy 25 yards. Kind of like a Pollard philosophy. Pollard's kind of the same big, strong back, can bowl you over, likes to meet contact. After gets contact, can still get you 3 or 4 extra yards to get there. So we'll go ahead and throw Hubbard on this ticket at 25 yards or more. Pollard is on here at 25 yards or more receiving. Baker Mayfield, 25 yards rushing. Russell Wilson, 25 yards rushing. And Jalen Warren, 25 yards receiving. Let's see. What else do we have for 1 o'clock? So we have a couple guys who are definitely candidates here. I don't want to make this ticket too crazy, but maybe we can do a process of elimination here of some of these. As far as the Arizona-Minnesota game, you're not going to catch me taking either of these quarterbacks. Although I will say that Darnold's the more likely to get 13.5 than Cousins will get his 3.5 or whatever Dave's number is. Do you have a Cousins baseline for rush yards?
Let's see what we got here. I'm sure we've got something for him.
13.5 is not the worst for Darnold, but I expect this to be more of an air game for him. I'm not too interested in taking Sam Darnold for his rushing yards. Will he get there? Maybe, but again, not interested. And then as far as the running backs go in this game, I mean, Aaron Jones is always expected to have a big receiving game. 25 yards is at plus 168 for him. I feel like I've come up short when I've taken Aaron Jones in this spot. I just don't have a good taste about it. Bijan Robinson for his receiving yards. I mean, I need to get the 40 yards for 2-1. I just can't trust that today. I'd rather just put all my eggs in the Jefferson basket when it comes to the Vikings. And although Aaron Jones can probably get 25 yards at plus 168, I'm not super interested in that. And I'm not interested in the 40 for him either. What do you got, Dave?
Yeah, I'm with you on the Bijan angle there. A couple times that he's been played over here with me, it just seems to kind of fall flat. He gets close to it, but doesn't get quite there. So I definitely agree with you there, Steve. And I have no yards for
Cousins.
All
right. No yards for the quarterbacks for the Jets and the Dolphins rushing. So their receivers today would be out of the backfield, Braylon Allen, who's at 14.5, and Devin Achane, who's at 32.5. Now, for Achane, you're going to have to climb the ladder. I mean, you're really going to have to get up there to get some good yards. To get 60 yards is plus 470. 50 yards is plus 270. He might just end up running the ball more than he does receiving it. He does get the ball out of the backfield catching wise, but not like he did last year, I feel like. I think if you want the big receiving number for a low hanger fruit in this game, you got to look at Braylon Allen here. 25 yards receiving is at plus 240. He's going to get all the work. He's going to be Breece Hall. He's going to get all those catches. And Breece Hall will get 25 without, sneezing. And he'll be right at a nice minus number for 25 yards. So plus 240, Braylon Allen has shown that he's a decent little player. I would actually throw him on this list today in hopes that he would get the yards necessary to get to 25 plus. So thoughts on that, David?
Yeah, he's probably going to get he's
going to get the opportunity.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be heavily involved. I do believe Breece Hall is out today, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, if that being the case, man, it's shining bright for Allen to kind of take over that same workload, which we've seen that we think that he can do. I think that he's capable of that. So 25 plus at 175, I think that is certainly in play.
All right. Let's see here. In this Giants-Saints game, our rushing opportunities are with Drew Lock, 15.5, and he ran the ball a lot against the Dallas Cowboys. And no quarterback here for Derek Carr. No yards for him for the Saints. And now our receiving options. Now, let's see. Does Drew Lock have an alternate rushing number? He does. Plus 220 for 25 yards. Plus 820 for 40 yards if you like Drew Lock to rush for that many yards. I think on some obscure ticket, I probably will have that somewhere. Let me just notate that. This would be a much longer shot ticket of these kind of things to happen. Drew Lock for 40 yards at plus 820. Kind of interests me, but for no much more than a 10-cent or 20-cent bet with a couple other guys of the same price, just to have something fun with that. So we'll throw him on that random longer ticket, but not this primary ticket we're trying to win. And then our receiving guys for this one is always going to be Kamara, which his number is always crazy, 37.5. And then also with Tyrone Tracy with his number. And Tyrone Tracy to get 25 yards is plus 250. So not the worst, but I'll say this. Tracy's been fumbling the ball. He's been a little bit more of a letdown than he has been a positive for me. So I'm good with leaving him off this list altogether and not having to worry about that.
Yeah, Steve, I agree. You said it very well, where we thought Tracy might do something for us. Hasn't really been much of the case in weeks prior. So Tracy, I agree. Again, I agree with you, Steve. A bit of a letdown here in our eyes.
All right, let's see here. Just the 4 o'clock games, just to mention them. Rushing wise, quarterback, nothing with Geno Smith for me. Kyler Murray, his number is always going to be too big. Caleb Williams is always an interesting one with his rushing numbers. And Purdy's been running the ball a lot more too as well. So keep all that in mind. Let's see. Caleb Williams is 25.5. Now that's getting up there. You got to get 40 yards for a good payout. I don't know if that's going to happen against San Francisco today. And Purdy's number is all the way up to 17.5. That seems a little overinflated too. Considering they're a banged up team, we might want to try to keep Purdy healthy. So I think I avoid them and just go all in on Grindo, which we'll talk more about him as we go through the slate of games exactly. The Bills, Josh Allen's always a touchdown threat to run. Stafford, not necessarily a run. He might give you 2 yards or something. Let's see if they even give you a prop for him. They usually give him 2.5 or whatever. Josh Allen's 31.5. Probably not going to be enough for me to play, but I could see Josh Allen actually going way over that, to be honest. 60 yards for Josh Allen's plus 440. It's indoors, fast track. I got my receivers. Let's spread everybody out. Oh, next thing you know, I have plenty of green grass to run on because I'm playing the Rams defense. So it makes sense for Josh Allen on a ticket somewhere for his rushing yards and for his touchdowns. So we'll take a look at that later. Receiving wise, James Cook has been under the radar. He's 15.5. Ray Davis, if you see a number pop on him, is something that you probably want to take. Kyron Williams at 10.5 is a great under the radar number in this type of game. The Bills have a decent defense. Stafford will pass it to him, and at plus 390 for Kyron Williams. Receiving yards, that's going to be pretty good for him at almost 4-1 clip. And then let's see here. The night game, we'll just talk about that. Chase Brown receiving yards in the Cincinnati game is always going to be one to look at. So take a look at that for tomorrow night. Chase Brown is phenomenal in his numbers. And then Pacheco is going to be the one who's going to be interesting to me against the Chargers. I could see some Pacheco receive yards getting back into play here today. Pacheco is at 9.5. Do we have an alternate number on him yet? Not quite yet, but we'll get it later because it's still early in the morning with this game being the night game tonight. So Pacheco 9.5 for his baseline is a good way to go, I think, in this Chiefs game later on tonight. I do like his rush yards over as well. All right, so we built a ticket of quarterback rushers and running back receivers, and they are as follows, and I'll post this up here in a few minutes. Baker Mayfield, 25 yards rushing or more. Jalen Warren, 25 yards receiving. Russell Wilson, 25 yards rushing. Pollard, 25 yards receiving. Chuba Hubbard, 25 yards receiving. And Braylon Allen, 25 yards receiving. Nephew Dave, I like this ticket a little bit more every time I look at it here.
Not bad.
This is going to be one of the higher paying tickets of the day here.
Oh,
right?
Stafford was half a yard baseline.
Yeah, half a yard baseline.
All he's got to do is fall forward for that. I mean, I think it may be worth it.
Right. All right. So let's see. Man, this is an expensive ticket to have to do right off the bat here. All right. Yeah, we built it with you. We're going to do it. Baker Mayfield, 25 yards rushing. Jalen Allen, 25 receiving. Russell Wilson, 25 rushing. Pollard, 25 receiving. Hubbard, 25 receiving. And Braylon Allen, 25 yards receiving. If we hit 3 of these, now this is a $32 ticket here. Do we drop one of these guys? Who would you drop out of this list, Dave?
All right, give them to me again.
Baker Mayfield rushing 25. Jalen Warren 25 receiving. Russell Wilson 25 yards rushing. Tony Pollard 25 receiving. Chuba 25 receiving. Braylon Allen 25 receiving.
Tough one. I think that I would maybe drop Russell.
Since we already have him on other tickets, right? Let's see here. So what we can do is add him kind of towards the end and make this a little bit of a cheaper ticket for us. That way we're not spending $1 million on it. Let's see here.
Because he does like to run the ball, but also if they're trying to do a QB run, they might sneak Fields in there. We've seen them do that a couple times, design run for Justin Fields. So they might go, by the way of that. So maybe that takes away from his rushing yard.
Right. Good point. Yeah, Fields could definitely come in and counterfeit him. All right, I'm trying to get a good payout here without trying to break the bank. I think I almost go back to the way that I had it. All right, we're going to know that 3 of the payouts. Yeah, we're going to add Wilson back in here.
Just go for it.
And this is just going to end up being a lower paying ticket at the end of the day. That way we'll keep it down. But if it all happens, we'll still get several thousands of dollars. Just know that if we get 3 of the 6 here, it's not going to be the best payout. Our better payout comes at 4. Maybe that's what we do is just play the 4s. Because the 3s don't pay but so much.
We'll do the 3s cover the bet as maybe insurance.
The 3s will cover the bet as insurance. Yeah, I mean, I would guess we basically have to do that, right? I know this is an enthralling radio. The art of making tickets is what this program is. Yeah, 3 will bring us even here. Yeah, I know. We got it. It wants me to do a little bit less. So you do a little bit less to avoid the 10,000 threshold if you're right on it. That way you can avoid the taxes or worry about the taxes later and not having it all super deducted out of your wish right away. Let's do a little bit more, a little bit less. There we go. All right. All right. So once again, Baker Mayfield, 25 yards rushing. Jalen Warren, 25 receiving. Tony Pollard, 25 receiving. Chuba Hubbard, 25 receiving. Braylon Allen, 25 receiving. Russell Wilson, 25 yards rushing. And this bet is officially submitted. All right. Total payout, $24.44. Invested pays out $9,892. All right. If we hit 3, we'll get our money back and a little bit more. All right, Dave, that's fun, right? Building tickets on the air. All right, and that's actually kept us occupied here. All right, so what we'll do is we'll go through the range of slates, the range of the games on the slate today. We'll take one more break because I've been gabbing for 2.5 hours just about at this point. We'll put on our little promo for our hockey show. You guys out there like hockey? What the Puck is Going On airs every Monday night here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, hosted by nephew Dave. Dave, what's your take since our last show Monday night on the NHL? Anything?
Well, it's been pretty exciting. I don't know if you watched the Caps game last night.
Caps are on fire. Yep.
Man, dude, they're the top of the league right now. Believe it or not, they jumped over Minnesota. Now I believe they're tied in points, but Minnesota lost last night, and the Caps won, so they are the top of the league right now. And I'm telling you, nobody would have thought it. You need to be looking at their numbers. Because there is something going on in Washington that I think people are still not giving credit for. So we'll see, but there's been some interesting stuff. Winnipeg pulled it out as, usually I take them on a ticket and they fall flat. They came through for us last night. So that's good, but there's been some interesting stuff. LA looks to be getting right as well. Nice win.
The Bruins looking to try.
The Bruins are getting right.
Yep.
Shutout win for the Kings last night. So, Steve, there's definitely some stuff to keep an eye on in the NHL.
The Blackhawks are struggling. Really, you don't have that much of a losing streak. There's a lot of parity here. The only team to lose 3 in a row, besides the Blackhawks, who lost 5 in a row, is Nashville, and I think that's it. Now, Columbus, they've lost 3 in a row as well. Besides that, everyone's less than that or better as far as their streaking goes. So very competitive hockey league.
Absolutely.
Hockey so far. All right, so we'll do What the Puck is going on tomorrow night at 1 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, we will go through the entire slate of games. We'll get our best bets of the day. We've been building tickets all morning. We'll get to it all here in just a few minutes. 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Nephew Dave, myself, Stephen Murray, broadcasting live from our Chicks Beach studios. We will be right back after this. What?
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
All right, this is the Round Robin on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. It is just after 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm sorry, just before 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 Pacific Time. Actually, 9:34. So not quite there. Bad time telling this morning, Dave. Either that or I'm going very blind here on the small print on the computer. All right, so we've been doing the art of making tickets all morning, giving you a little philosophy behind it all. We built a 2-touchdown ticket with you guys. We built a quarterback and rushing / running back receiving ticket with you guys. And now what we'll do is we'll look at the whole slate. We'll do the props. We'll go through it all again. But I'm going to focus a little bit on the team stuff now as well as we build our next tickets. And what we'll do is we'll do 2-touchdown madness as well. We'll come up with one more 2-touchdown score as we go. But I want these guys to be super long shots. I've already used the Kate Ottens and the Friar Moose of the world with you guys. Now it's time to use the Trey Palmers, the Oakland Aquos. Actually, we've used them. Now it's time to get really, really obscene on what we're going to try to do with the 2-touchdown scores. All right. So, and this is just simply of a math game, guys. This is in case they do it. We're not going to put a lot in at the end of the day. These are going to be 10-cent bets. But I've had 10-cent bets pay off $500 on this show before doing the same exact thing. So you just throw these darts and you hope that they stick. And the theory is this: if your top level guys aren't scoring and your middle level guys aren't scoring, then maybe you'll hit one of these long shot guys that weren't supposed to score anyway that are scoring and doing this type of deal. So that's the philosophy there. That I also want to talk about the team stuff as we go along here as well, as I'm going to move some alt lines and some totals the way that I like them. And the theory on teams versus player props is just a simple one that gives a big advantage to playing these teams. The whole team doesn't get hurt. Like one player will get hurt and kill you. All right. You're still alive in your player tickets and your team tickets. So you need to be betting some spreads and some totals too, because you don't, or some team point totals. All right. Because you don't want to get left out in the cold if, you had Breece Hall and he got hurt today. If you have Jamar Chase and he gets hurt tomorrow night, you can focus on having the team aspect of things and trying to capitalize that way as well. All right, so I'm going to keep rotating through the tickets we've been building all morning, the ones I've had pre-flop, and you can check those out on the screen now. I guess we do need to do Survivor Pool, though, Dave, right?
I reckon so.
All right, so why don't you give me the updated spreads and the list of games, and we'll do Survivor Pick or not.
All right, we'll start off with Cleveland traveling to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh -6.5 favorite. You're over under 43.5. No play there, I don't think.
I think you could probably use Pittsburgh. I like the Steelers today to win this game, to be honest. So I think you can use Pittsburgh where they got affected by Cleveland the other night on the road in the snow. I just think they're going to outclass the Browns at the end of the day here and be the winner. So if you have Steelers in Survivor, I think a good chance to use them now. Now, mine's wrapped up. I won mine. Miss Kelly coming in second. So we are all speculating here whether these teams are even available or not. Go ahead, Dave.
All right, Raiders traveling to Tampa to take on the Bucks. -6.5 for the Bucks. Your over-under is 47. If somehow you still have Tampa, I think you pull the trigger today.
I think Tampa wins because they're just a good team who I've been riding on for the last couple of seasons. But this one scares me a little bit, just from the injury status standpoint alone of Bucky and Mike Evans. And the Raiders just playing. We saw how hard they played at Kansas City.
Right.
So scary in that respect. Go ahead.
All right, Jets taking on the Dolphins in Miami, -6 for the Dolphins. Your over-under is 45. Something is telling me you could take the Dolphins today.
Really? Okay, I'm running for the hills on this one. Go ahead.
All right, Jacksonville taking on Tennessee. -3 for the Titans. Your over/under is 40. Probably one I stay away from.
We're going to stay away from this. Yes.
All right, Falcons taking on Minnesota in Minnesota. -6 for the Vikings. Your over/under 45.5. I don't think so.
I kind of like the Vikings today. At the end of the day, the Vikings have won 10 games. They're 10-2. You know?
Right.
So it's kind of crazy in that regard. So I would say maybe a chance with the Vikings. I'd consider them at least.
I feel like, you have the game with the Bucks today and the Falcons, and they're basically fighting for that division. Atlanta maybe knowing they really, really need a win, maybe gives them some motivation. The only thing that scares me just a little bit. Carolina taking on the Eagles. This game's in Philly. -14 for the Eagles. Over/under 45.5. And I guess if you have the Eagles, you gotta play them here.
I think that's what everyone's going to bet. I mean, I think half of the fields probably do have the Eagles, and that's who everyone's going to take. I would consider this potentially a survivor winner if Carolina can somehow come up big here.
Oh, absolutely.
So I would stay away from that standpoint. And if I have a play I feel equally as good about.
All right, the Saints taking on the Giants. This one in New York. -5 for the Saints. Over/unders 41. Two teams that aren't great. Yeah, the Saints are a little better, but Steve, I don't know.
This is a bad one. I'll run for the hills.
Seahawks taking on Arizona. This one in Arizona. -2.5 for the Cardinals. Over/unders 44.5. Divisional game, Steve. I don't know about this one.
Pass.
All right. The Bills taking on the Rams. This one in LA. -3.5 for the Bills. You would think that number might be a little bit bigger. Maybe a room for an alt play. Over/under 49.5. If somehow you have the Bills, I think you take them here.
Let's see here. Interesting game. Fun game. I'll stay away for that reason.
All right. The Bears taking on the 49ers. This one in San Francisco. -3 for the Niners. Your over/under is 43.5. I don't like this one. Not for Survivor.
For the 49ers and the Bears?
Yep.
I think you take the 49ers here. Dave Del Grande says this is the lock of the year.
By all means it should be. But the Niners just not looking like we know them. Injuries play a part.
Dave Del Grande loves Grando today. We lost his audio if you're just joining our show. So we didn't have him on earlier. You'll have to go back and listen to me making tickets. But Dave Del Grande and all his wisdom, just the psyche of the Bears, the fact that Grando is going to be a workhorse because that's the way Shanahan plays it. And this just has to be the spot to get right. He loves the 49ers at 14-1 to come back to win that division.
Really?
Right now, yeah. And they're only 2 games. Now, they're only if they win today, then they're probably just going to be a game back of somebody. And they still play everybody else. So keep an eye on that. But 31-7, this is his type of game today. There's still a rookie quarterback against a decent defense at the end of the day. The 49ers have been established. Yes, they've down on their luck. But Grindo's going to come in and play a good role for them and a potential chance to roll the Bears here. So that makes sense to me. I think I like a higher scoring game as well. I think the Bears can probably score a little bit. But survivor-wise, I think if you have the 49ers, I think you can take them.
All right. Chargers taking on the Chiefs. This one in Kansas City, your night game. -4 for the Chiefs, over/under 43. And I don't think so in this one.
I don't think so as well. I'll pass.
All right. We'll round it off Monday night. Bengals taking on the Cowboys in Dallas. -5.5 for the Bengals, over/under 49.5. I'd stay away from this one as well.
I think you would actually take the Bengals. Now, the Bengals have burned everybody. They're like Sherman burning through the South. Here, they're literally torching everyone as they've gone along here in Survivor. And I think you can probably use the Bengals against the Cowboys because they can score points. I'm not sure Dallas can score at the end of the day. We might get our man Nick Athen on here, Nephew Dave, here in a little bit.
All right.
Waiting to hear back from him, but he's reached out this morning. He's boots on the ground in Joplin, Missouri, where the Chiefs will host the Chargers tonight. Get his thoughts on his Chiefs, perhaps, here. So the best Survivor play for you would be?
Mine, Steve, would be probably the Eagles.
I can see how you would use the Eagles. I'll go ahead and give you the Steelers if you don't have the Steelers for the sake of being different.
I also like Tampa Bay as well.
All right, let's get to the slate here. 9:45 Eastern, so we're on good pace. 6 teams on a bye this week, so we'll have 3 less games to go over. Raiders and Buccaneers, we talked about this some all morning. I like the Baker Mayfield rushing yards. I think we can get involved with the receiving yards again with the running backs for Tampa Bay, White and Bucky. Bucky's been fantastic. I'm going to put Cade Otton on a couple of tickets here to score a touchdown, to score 2 touchdowns, because Mike Evans' health is still a little bit of a question mark. The inactives should be out here in a couple hours, or 45 minutes or so. But Mike Evans plus 125 for a touchdown. Bucky's minus 115. Rashad White plus 130. I think that's a good bet today. Sincere McCormick for the Raiders plus 165. Brock Bowers is 2-1. Jacoby Myers 2-1. Cade Otton plus 220. So that's the number I like, Dave. Let's see here. Nick's going to join us, and we'll get to him here in just a couple minutes, Dave.
All right.
You can interview him with me if you like. Give me the green light in a second. Or give me the green light when ready. That's what I'll send to him.
Excellent.
All right. Let's see. Amir Abdullah plus 250. Sterling Shepard plus 280. Trey Tucker plus 290. Jalen McMillan plus 450. Baker 5-1 for 1 touchdown. Trey Palmer plus 850, Dave, is a good payout today. That's one of Anthony's guys.
Man, I was looking at that too.
So good payout for him. In fact, we'll use him on a 2 touchdown Super Madness today. He's 100, and in fact, they took him off the board, actually. Wow, he disappeared on us. He was on there at 120-1, but I no longer see him. What we'll do is we'll throw Baker on there at 65-1. Actually, we'll throw Michael Mayer on there at 120-1.
I have 75-1 Trey Palmer right now.
For 2 touchdowns?
Yep.
Okay. 110-1 earlier on my book. Let's throw Michael Mayer on there. What do you have for Michael Mayer?
Let's see. Michael Mayer, we have 75-1 as well.
Yeah, and I got 120-1. So
shop around.
Yep. Interesting how these numbers can be different. And you know, where I have the advantage here, trust me, his book will have an advantage on receive yards or something like that, where I don't. So Michael Mayer at 120-1 for 2 touchdowns. We will throw on this crazy 2-ticket score. I'm wondering if we should just put Abdullah in here at 23-1.
Bump it down a little bit.
I mean, I like how he's trending, is what I'm saying.
Right,
so
right.
Let's throw Abdullah on this ticket in a somewhat ringer of a capacity play at 23-1. You know what? We'll throw them both on there.
And you have no Palmer?
No Palmer as of right now. He may pop back up. Let's see. We went over the receive yards for the running backs already. Bucky and White or something that you're going to have to take a look at. Both to get 25 or paying a nice modest plus money, 160, 180, whatever the case may be with them. The receiving props overall, Bowers is 71.5. Jacoby Myers 64.5. I do have Bowers on that extreme ticket at 110 yards and a nice big payout today. Man, he's been trending. He's been as good as anybody. Trey Tucker's 29.5. Mike Evans 73.5. Cade Otton 40.5. Shepard 29.5. McMillan 22.5, Irving 20.5, Rashad White 16.5. The passing props for this game: Mayfield 245.5, O'Connell 239.5. For Baker to get to 300 yards plus 360, O'Connell is at plus 370, and the passing touchdowns, O'Connell is 3 for plus 560. Nice big price. Baker 3 passing touchdowns is at plus 320 today. So I would consider either one of these guys maybe on some obscure tickets for their passing touchdowns, since the payouts are pretty decent here. Let's see here. I feel like I've completely changed my style of betting, building some of these. I'm trying to figure out what I already have, what I don't have, what I need to jot down, what I don't need to jot down. But I'll have to revisit the Mayfield and O'Connell passing props. All right, Dave, what else do you like here?
I really like Baker in this spot today. I know you have some worries about the Bucs injuries. Totally understand, but I just think this is a good spot for them at home against the Raiders. Raiders been trending a little bit better, but just knowing where Tampa is in this playoff race for their division just really gives me the feel that they're going to come out and put on a good show at home. Baker Mayfield plus 270 for 3 touchdowns. I could completely see that today. Another thing, I did have Mike Evans. We're worried about his health a little bit, but he is on the anytime scores list. And then another one that I really like today, if we're thinking Tampa has a good day today, over 27.5 points for them today. They made the team total ticket that I have going on. So I like that. And Steve, I did take a K-Dot in anytime. So I'm all over the Bucs today, short and simple.
You just wonder what the Raiders can somewhat duplicate their effort that they put up in Kansas City last week. In fact, let's go ahead and segue right to that. We have our man, boots on the ground in Joplin, Missouri. He knows the Chiefs better than everybody. He's my former boss at the old Warpaint Illustrated. He is with the Chiefs Blitz. Let me go ahead and put up his promo here because I have it handy.
Do I have a promo?
Yeah, have your face. Let's see here. It'll only take me a second to find it. We're talking about my man, Nick Afton, out there in Missouri. Nick, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
How's everything going? Did you guys have a good Thanksgiving?
We had a great one, and getting ready for the Christmas season. First year in our new house, so it's pretty exciting, and, all good.
All right. Are you going to the game tonight?
I am not. Nope, it's too cold for me. I'm sorry. I like the view from my television. It's much better. And, of course, I can and tweet and share the experience with all the Chiefs Nation.
All right, primetimesportstalk.com, right, Nick? That's the one website.
Yeah, that's our national sports site, and then chiefsblitz.com covers all of the Kansas City Chiefs news and information.
And
There's been a lot of news in the last 24 hours with the Chiefs, that's for sure.
Yeah. All right, yeah. So what's going on here? Fill me in.
All right.
As I've been focused on everything else. What's up?
DJ Humphries, the former left tackle of the Arizona Cardinals, will start tonight for the Chiefs.
Okay.
He should solidify the chaos that Patrick Mahomes has had to deal with since the opening week with the Kingsley Suamataia and the Wanye Morris failures at this point. I don't think there's another way to put it. The Chiefs were waiting on Humphries to get better. He signed a pretty good contract, getting paid $500,000 a game to solve the Rubik's Cube at left tackle. If he plays well throughout the rest of the season, there's a good chance they may try to re-sign him for the next couple of years. He's 30, 31. So he's got a couple of years left probably to play at a high level at left tackle. And then Steven Nelson, their former 2015 draft pick, third-round pick, who had been with the Steelers, Eagles, in the last 2 years with the Titans and with the Texans, will be in on Monday for a physical, and it's expected they'll either add him to the practice squad or the active roster. He brings some veteran help that they sorely need is the secondary, because they are struggling right now with the loss of Jalen Watson, who was lost during the San Francisco 49ers game. Outside chance he returns for the playoffs if the Chiefs maybe make it to the AFC title game again, 7th year in a row. He could return, certainly could return by the Super Bowl.
All right, that's a lot happening here. What does the local fan base out there make of all these close games? Is it worrisome? Is it, no, that's just the team we are. We know how to win. We'll be confident at the end of the day because we know how to win these ugly type of games. It's par for the course for us. Who cares? That's what we do. That's just us. Or is it worrisome to the fan base? Like, oh man, how long are we going to keep getting away with this? What's the sentiment about that?
I think it's all that. I think if you look at, half the fan base is like, you know what, we got our Superman cape on. We got Patrick Mahomes. I don't care what the score is. Whether there's 10 seconds left and they need a field goal, or 30 seconds and they need a touchdown, or, the defense will make a play, or whatever it is. And then the other half is, it's gloom and doom. So, we are, the Chiefs currently are a product and a product of their success, both good and bad. If you watch the Chiefs on TV anywhere in the country, it's the number one game, whether it's Netflix, CBS, Prime. Prime had its best numbers. CBS has had its best numbers. ESPN has had its best numbers. NBC, everybody has great numbers when the Chiefs are on the table, and people view the Chiefs for two reasons. One, they want to see the dynasty end. They want to see them lose, just like with the Patriots. And the other set of fans want to see what Patrick Mahomes can do in the last 2 minutes if necessary. So Chiefs fans are coming to the realization that greatest, show on grass that they had in the Tyreek Hill era and Travis Kelce at his peak, those days are gone. Even with Xavier Worthy, even with DeAndre Hopkins, they're going to get Hollywood Brown back in a couple of weeks. Even with all these weapons, they haven't really built that kind of team. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that they don't have the tackles are playing poorly, both right and left tackle. Juwan Taylor has been terrible all season long. And, so Patrick can't ever get into a groove offensively and defensively. The loss of Jalen Watson, the cornerback, was huge. They have just not been able to recover. Trent McDuffie is really struggling playing outside. He used to play inside of the slot. He's a nickel. He's better served, in that area. That way he can blitz more. He can be more creative. The addition of Nelson might help. But all these things combined, and you look at it, and the fan base is either happy or complaining. And I guess that's not a bad thing. After all, the Chiefs won tonight. They clinched their ninth straight division title, which is pretty impressive considering prior to Mahomes, they'd only won 15, not even 15 in their entire franchise history. So, to answer your question in a long-winded way, the real fan base understands this is who they are. The fickle fan base is going to always be worried.
Where do you sit on the defense?
In these close games, if people follow me on Twitter, and I'm a fan on Twitter, I'm not looking for style points. I'm not looking to create any chaos.
Right.
I'm just going with my gut reaction. And when that Raiders game happened, and I said, I put a tweet out right before that last snap, they deserve to lose this game. And of course they win that game. So every time I do that, they just seem to pull it out. And had Josh Allen not, had that miraculous touchdown run in a poorly executed defensive front by the Chiefs, then, the Chiefs would be undefeated. But I look at it this way. I'm not betting against Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
I don't care if he's got 1/5 of an offensive line out there. I don't care if he's got one regular wide receiver. I don't care if he doesn't have Pacheco or Kelce. I'm just not betting against him. And there's nothing to say you should. And so, yeah, I may get upset. I might complain a little bit during the game. But at the end of the day, Patrick Mahomes has a will to win that I've never seen by anybody. It's Michael Jordan-esque is the closest thing I've seen to it. Wayne Gretzky was the other. They just found a way to win, and they found a way to make the play. And I'm not betting against them. I think they're going to three-peat. I think that that once that happens, I think you're going to see a lot of changes on this team. I think you'll see a lot of changes in the coaching staff. I think some things are inevitable that are going to conclude if they win 3 in a row. But I'm not betting against them.
All right, Nick, I got my man Dave Metzger with me. I think he has a thing or two for you. What do you got, Dave?
Yeah. So, good morning. First off,
Good morning. Yes, sir.
So Steve kind of took my first question as, how is everybody feeling? Maybe the Chiefs kind of not looking like the team that we've seen in prior years, but good teams find a way to get it done, and that's exactly what they do. So I'll go to my next question here, and it might be maybe a little bit fantasy based or wagering based with Pacheco. I had him for fantasy. That was somebody that I was super high on in the beginning. The guy just runs angry. I love everything about him. How hard he plays. But now coming back from the injury, I think he's been back one game now.
Yeah, just one game, right?
So in a fantasy based or even wagering based, anytime touchdowns or anything like that, when and if can we start trusting on him a little more for touchdowns and whatnot, or with the the clinching scenario, does he get kind of eased back into this game and maybe someone to kind of stay away from and take other options?
Can I answer that on my end first? And correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, but I think it's full blast, full on for Pacheco now, right?
I'm going to disagree. I think he still needs a little bit more time.
Okay.
I think, listen, he's going to face a pretty stout run defense against the Chargers, and then next week against the Browns. So, excuse me. I think maybe waiting a week just to give him another shot at getting hit a few times, getting hit in the leg. It's clear he doesn't have his full speed back, but it's relatively close. The thing about Pacheco that people don't realize is that he is a really good one. If there's a hole there and he can see it initially, he's really good at getting through it. But when he has to be patient at the line and maybe slide to his left or his right, 3 seasons, that's still something that he struggles with. Until he can do that, the jury's going to be out whether he could be a long-term fix for Kansas City or not. So, and I think that having Kareem Hunt helps. If they didn't do it last week against the Raiders. If they can really develop them as a 1-2 punch, that changes the offense completely. And it gives Patrick Mahomes more creativity as well. Andy, for whatever reason, run the ball against the Raiders. And I think that had to do with the tackles were so bad that I better just put the ball in Mahomes' hands and see what I can do. I don't think you're going to see that tonight. I think you're going to see more of a run game emphasis that's going to open up, and a lot's going to be determined on what DJ Humphries does. But for those in the fantasy world, they're thinking about starting in today, watch him go off for 150 yards.
Right. I've been getting – go ahead.
Cautious and conservative before I put him out there as my, if you carry 3 running backs, do it. As a third choice, absolutely got nothing to lose. I think he could maybe get 75, 80 yards tonight, maybe get a score. But we just don't know which Chargers defense is going to show up. So that they're normally pretty good. These games are pretty close. And for the most part, they've done a pretty good job at stopping the run. Not great, but good enough that I think that there's some concern. There'd be some concern to making him Pacheco giving him the prime role.
Now, so the national narrative, from my perspective and all my investigating during the week, is that Pacheco is going to be they're going to throw him in there full on force here sooner than later. So it's good to get your local perspective there,
Absolutely.
Dave, because that kind of changes my mind a little bit on him.
Yeah.
And on Thanksgiving, I was just short. Now, I know I was reaching because you weren't going to get a buttload, but I do like the Pacheco receiving yards because when they do get him out in the flat, he is a big body and kind of hard to take down once he gets up to speed. So the 25 yards for Pacheco receiving is never is always a good paying one for one, and one that he's been. And correct me if I'm wrong there. At least he's been trending more of a receiving back as well than just running before the injury, right?
And that's something Andy Reid has not done, and that's something he needs to do. He hasn't really worked the screen game.
Right.
Kareem Hunt is terrific in open space too. And,
you don't get him. Yeah, he used to catch the ball.
And P. Ryan is the same. P. Ryan's the same way.
Yep.
So I think you just need to see, I'd like to see the screen game become a little bit more relevant. Now, of course, that could, with adding DJ Humphries, that's significant. I mean, that allows them to do that. Whereas he probably didn't trust Morris or Sue Mateo, out there in the screen game. And in a lot of cases, those screens were blown up that they attempted because those guys couldn't make the initial block. So I expect if Humphries settles things down, you're going to see more of the screen game. So maybe that bet for Pacheco is a solid one.
So the baseline tonight in this game for receiving yards, Pacheco is at 9.5 and Kareem Hunt is at 7.5. So that'd actually be an interesting little daily double hit on both of those, right? Let me ask you about another guy. I know you love him, but I've been riding his coattails here the last several weeks, and he's cashed for me. He cashed for 2 touchdowns as well. He's cashed for single touchdowns for me, but I did have him against Carolina for 2 touchdowns on a winning ticket, and that's Noah Gray. He's just at 25.5 for his baseline. That seems awfully cheap to me. You talk about Chargers having a good defense. Yes, that just makes the Noah Gray tight end position a potential gold mine in that regard, because he's going to have to be the guy that gets left uncovered that has talent at the end of the day here. So Noah Gray, 25.5 over. Good bet again tonight?
Yeah, I would think so. Derwin James is going to be focused on Travis Kelce. And I think that's going to open up a lot for Noah Gray. I think he is I'm not going to say he's the heir apparent to Travis, because I personally think this is Travis's last year. It's just a gut instinct. I don't have inside sources. I haven't talked to anybody, but you can just kind of tell body language wise. And plus, he's dating the most popular woman in the world. So I think with Noah Gray, I would start him as your second tight end every week, because I just think Patrick trusts him. His drop rate is it's a sick number. It's like 2%. Patrick trusts him. He gets open. They can't focus on both of them at the same time. And even though Kelce is struggling, and he really is struggling, they still, have 2 or 3 guys or a bracket around him. And that leaves Gray wide open. And Gray's just a baller. He's the ultimate glue guy, on this offense. You need a first down. You need a 3rd and 6. He'll get you 7. You need a good play action pass. He'll get you 10 or 12 yards. You need another threat in the red zone. He'll climb the ladder and catch the ball. So, you want guys like that. And I didn't think he had this in his game, to be honest with you. I thought he was a solid backup. But if, Kelce does move aside and retire, then it's him and Jared Wiley as the 2 guys, are going to have to be the tight end. I wanted the Chiefs to go after Brock Bowers. I wanted them to go all in. I didn't care what it cost them. I don't know if you remember that NFL movie about the Browns, and the guy says at all costs.
Right.
And that was my guy. And you put him in a Chiefs uniform, sick. But he's with the Raiders, and as we saw last week. So right now, Noah Gray is, I think, more of an offensive threat than Travis Kelce.
Plus 400 for Noah Gray for a touchdown today. Real quick, I have Bowers for over 100 yards today. Do you like that play against a weak Tampa Bay secondary?
Yeah, Bowers is special. I thought O'Connell played really well, last week against the Chiefs, and especially in that second half where he just kind of torched them. The Bucs are a hard team to figure out. The whole NFC South is a hard mix. you don't really know who's going to end up in that division. Heck, the Saints could make a run. Who knows? But I like Bowers. He's got a shot at Rookie of the Year, though. I think it's going to go to one of the two quarterbacks, Anderson or Nix. But I would take that bet with Bowers because he's really their only offense.
All right, Nick. Let me ask you this. Xavier Worthy. Now, I'm an Oklahoma fan, so I've watched this guy, for a couple years now, and playing for Texas, hate it. But you have to give respect where it's due, at least in his college career. Absolute stud. Do you see him being the long-term kind of star in the making, next big receiver for the Chiefs? Might he be the answer on the wideout position?
If you watch the All-22 film, you watch him, he is uncoverable. Not be covered one-on-one. He can't be covered in zone. He can't be covered in a double team. He just has too much speed. And the knock is not on him, it's on Mahomes. Mahomes has not been able to dial in to Worthy other than that long pass against the Chargers in Week 5.
Wow, interesting.
And this is the problem. Or Week 4. This is the problem. The problem is Worthy a much different stride than Tyreek Hill did. Tyreek Hill ran in short bursts. In other words, his stride was really short. Worthy, for a guy his size, has a massive stride. A couple of those passes he caught, that went out of bounds because he didn't know where his feet were because he's such a long strider. And so, it's very difficult for Mahomes, whereas Tyreek Hill could give you that burst underneath a ball or catch up to a ball. Worthy doesn't have that instinct quite yet. But the biggest problem it goes back to what I said earlier in the show. The offensive line is not giving him enough time. He's either had to throw the ball too soon or throw the ball too late. And Worthy just has to learn how to kind of adjust his speed a little bit and kind of have a better understanding of the sidelines. But I'm telling you, I don't know if it's going to be this game tonight or it's going to be, the Browns or the Steelers or one of these games. Look at this and go, oh my God, he can be the next Tyreek Hill. Now, I'm not saying he's going to have the Tyreek Hill numbers. I'm just saying that style of receiver, if you add to this offense, if those two can get in sync, and it all boils down to just Patrick having enough time for that play to develop and enough time in certain situations to put more air under the ball instead of trying to throw a laser down the field, that's too far for the kid to reach. So to answer your question, we may not see it all this year, but next year, special. And if you think about the Chiefs, overall wide receiver position, kind of to take the subject to another level, I mean, only Rashee Rice, who's not going to be back until probably October, November, which includes the suspension. You've got Worthy, and that's it. So if they bring Hopkins back and they bring Juju back, and they can develop this kid, and then when Rice comes back, and if they somehow sign Hollywood Brown, this offense is going to be sick next year. It's going to be sick, and that means they'd have to fix some stuff on the offensive line. But overall, the thing that's hurting the Chiefs right now offensively, and the reason these games are close, is really boils down to one thing: it's Mahomes and Worthy have not been able to connect enough on long passes that would be instant touchdowns and 7 points that would change games, and half these games wouldn't even be close. If you look at all the examples throughout the regular season and these guys have missed, you add 7 points to any one of those games, and we're not talking about close games anymore. And it really is one significant play a game if those two can connect. That's how talented this kid is, and that's how open he is. And this has to be a focal point between now and the regular season. Going into the playoffs, this is something that has to be corrected.
Wow. Okay. Hey, 29-1 odds for Xavier Worthy. 2 touchdowns tonight, Dave. That's going to be good enough for our touchdown madness.
Absolutely.
2 touchdown ticket we're building.
I might take that bet.
Let's see here. 23.5 total points for the Chiefs tonight. 19.5 for the Chargers. What's the best play of all that all around?
I think the Chiefs are going to score more than 23 points tonight.
Okay. All right.
So I'm not sure the Chargers will. McConkey might not play. He's their offense right now. Quentin Johnson is just, he's kind of going through what some of the Chiefs receivers did last year. A lot of drops, a lot of inconsistency. He makes some wow plays. He's ultra talented, but he was terrible last year, and he's kind of getting into some bad habits. They don't have D.K. Dobbins, which is brutal. I mean, they can't win. And I know they've got running back by committee, and they've got a young back. His name I can't remember at the moment. Who's really talented.
Vidal. Yeah.
Is it Vidal?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Kamini.
Yeah. Kamini Vidal.
Kamani Vidal is a really good football player, and Gus Edwards is kind of long in the tooth. So if Vidal comes in and gets you 65 or 70 yards, that's going to really open up the offense. But, the key for the Chiefs is really going to be their ability to shut down McConkey if he plays. Joshua Palmer's kind of had a resurgent year. He's played pretty well. The tight end position is kind of meh. So that's a problem for the Chargers. They're kind of relying on some no names right now. But I think for the Chiefs, that's a good bet for the over. I mean, at some point, guys, they're going to score 30, 38 points a game.
Well,
it's going to happen.
That's the next question. 31 realistic tonight? It is, isn't it?
I think 31's realistic.
Yeah, okay. 3-1 odds on that?
I like it.
Yeah. I would be okay with that bet.
All right. Nick, good stuff, man. We appreciate you this morning.
Guys.
Yep.
Sure thing. Anytime. All right. Take care.
Enjoy the game. Yep. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Nick Athen, boots on the ground. Good learning lesson there, huh?
Yeah, some informative stuff there.
Stay off with Pacheco, maybe up on Worthy tonight. All right. Good stuff. Nick Athen from Warpaint Illustrated. My old boss joins us on the program here occasionally, so we thank him for his input this morning. All right, I'll keep rotating tickets. That's the Chiefs game. Dave, do you have a pick in this game? Let's just finish it off since we're here, right?
All right, yeah. I mean, might as well. I think there's a bunch to like here, and that's why I asked him about Pacheco, again, somebody that I was, super high on, and I kind of thought, again, and that's why I asked that, maybe it's going to take just a little bit for Pacheco to get back to the form, that we've seen. So I think your Noah Gray play is in the, in the realm of possibility, and why not, 2 touchdowns for Worthy. If they're going to get 31 points, he's going to come in somewhere. So at least take him for 1. Steve, love him for 2.
All right, let's throw Worthy on there at 29-1 on touchdown madness. We'll throw a Vidal on him since he brought him up. 60-1 for Kamini Vidal for 2 touchdowns, and he is trending the right way as well. So that gives us 2 players to mess around with here. Again, this is only going to be a 10-cent bet at the end of the day, but it should pay nicely. Juju Smith-Schuster is 110-1. Mahomes 110-1. Rager 120-1. Herbert 55-1. Noah Gray 41-1. Disley 24-1. Palmer 32-1. DeAndre Hopkins 26-1. Ladd McConkey is listed 24-1. Quentin Johnston 23-1. Kareem Hunt 18-1. Pacheco 8-1. Kelsey 12-1. Gus Edwards 15-1. Trey Palmer did pop back on the board at 140-1. So I'll take Mayer out and put Palmer in on that crazy touchdown madness ticket we have going on. Baseline yards, we talked Noah Gray 25.5 and Pacheco 9.5. I would like over, and even Kareem Hunt 7.5 over. If we get the screen game going again. Justin Watson is just at 9.5. That's a low hanging number. Worthy is at 36.5. Wow, he could really blow through that if he has a good night, Dave. Maybe we'll look at his receiving yards. Worthy, receive, alt. Kelsey 54.5. DeAndre Hopkins 42.5. Rushing prop wise, Pacheco 48.5. Kareem Hunt 30.5. I have nothing on Abdullah, so I'm wondering why. I'm sorry, I have nothing on Vidal or Edwards, so that's interesting. in itself. I guess I'll pop on later since it is the night game. And then the passing props, Mahomes 246.5, Herbert 234.5. I got to think Herbert's got to be able to throw the ball again. 250 or more yards is at plus 128. Unless he just is under siege and gets sacked. Herbert's been great on his numbers passing the last several weeks. 3 touchdowns for Herbert passing is plus 630. Mahomes for 3 touchdown passes is at plus 420. That's an interesting number, especially if they can get off tonight. The Mahomes passing touchdown number. So I'll take a look at these two guys. Again, Herbert dealing with the missing backfield, so maybe he just has to throw the ball more. Maybe this is a sneakier, higher scoring game than we think overall. Anything else, Dave?
No, I will see what happens this evening. Good game, though, hopefully. Divisional game.
All right, so let's rewind back to 1 o'clock. And on 2 touchdown madness, we have Vidal, Worthy, Trey Palmer, and Amir Abdullah. All right, Browns and the Steelers. I think this is going to be a super high-scoring game. I'm going to take an alt line with the Steelers here, people. I think this has 38-23 written all over it. A lot of points by the Browns, but a lot more by the Steelers. Kind of like how Denver and the Browns played out the other night, except you're dealing with a little bit better Steeler team at the end of the day. And they know the Browns well. That familiarity will do them justice here. Don't have to deal with the snow and the elements. 43.5 seems awfully low to me. 6.5, I think the Steelers can cover that. I think they can win on the alt line as well. The points for today are this. And I'll take a look at the Steelers' alternate points over as well. They can definitely score on defense here. Their points today to get to 30.5 or 31.5 is plus 285. I would take them to get to 35 points at plus 520. I think that's fair. Actually, plus 460. But I'm wondering if just not the alternate line is something I want to mess with here. And I get it. Jameis makes it exciting, but he's just going to give the defense a touchdown or two. And that's going to be the difference in the spread. Dave, how about this for turnover margin here? We have plus, let's see here. Let me make sure I got this right. I didn't mention this with all you guys. I mentioned it with Dave Del Grande in our interview we had to get rid of because of the bad robot audio that came out. But the turnover margin for these teams, wrong list. That's the against the spread list. Here we go. Turnover differential, Dave. This is staggering. The Steelers are at a plus 15. The Browns at a minus 8. That's a 23 difference. And that is going to be why the Steelers cover a big number today, is because of all that. So give me the Steelers on an alt line. Minus 16.5 is plus 300. Minus 12.5 is plus 186. Again, I think they probably win this by 15 points. So plus 250 at minus 14.5 might be as far as I go. I also think this is an over game. You can do the old school favorite in the over parlay on this one because 43.5 in the Jameis Winston game is asking. I mean, that's like a sneeze, and that should happen. That should happen in the first half. To get to the mid 50s today, let's see here. 54.5 is plus 340. I think they get to 50 anyway, and that's at plus 182 to get right at 50. Plus 162 if you want to stick it on 49 with the 7x7 on the touchdown. Let's see here. What else? Passing numbers in this game. Winston's 248.5. He can throw for 500. We know that. Russell Wilson, 231.5. Did you see what the Broncos did through the air against the Browns last week? So all that seems low to me, to be honest. They're alternate numbers. Russell Wilson for 300 yards is plus 520 today. So he's got to be something I got to add in there. We talked about his rushing number, just a 6.5 for Russell Wilson. Alternate number over plus 710 now. But maybe some Russell Wilson passing. His touchdowns as well, plus 360. for 3 touchdowns passing. Let's see, Jameis Winston for 3 passing touchdowns is plus 540. I still think that's a phenomenal price. And his passing yards, plus 320 to get for 300 or more today against Pittsburgh. 325 or more is at plus 580. I mean, how do you not play that regardless?
Right.
At the end of the day, rushing props real quick. We talked about Russell Wilson 6.5, Jalen Warren's 32.5, Najee 63.5, Jerome Ford 23.5, rushing for Chubb 40.5, and then other receivers. We already talked about the running backs earlier. Warren 17.5. He's not now a nice plus number for 25, a plus 172. But Darnell Washington 13.5, Jordan Atkins 11.5, Michael Woods the second 19.5, Calvin Austin the third is just at 19.5. Najee Harris 12.5, Freiermuth 13.5, Judy 69.5, Elijah Moore 50.5, Njoku 46.5. I could see Njoku yards over. I could see also, and they like Njoku without Tillman. I mean, he's getting the action. And I could see Calvin Austin over his 19.5 as well. I just feel like that's pretty low. A good alternate number on Calvin Austin the third is, let's see, do I have an alternate number on him yet? Dave's probably got it somewhere. Not quite popped up with me. But Dave, what are your thoughts on this one?
So yeah, Steve, I love points in this one. I actually have quite a bit going on here. I love the Calvin Austin anytime he's made his way onto one of those tickets. And I'm with you on the Steelers team points. I didn't go quite up that high, but I did go to 28 points for them, getting a nice plus number out of that. So I like the Steelers to, win this game in somewhat of maybe a shootout. But here's what I'm not going to do, Steve, even though we think, the Steelers will handle business. And I'm not going to forget about Jerry Jeudy and what he did last week.
Yeah. How can you,
So he's found his way onto the primary anytime touchdown ticket. And, if there's going to be points, it's going to be him. It's going to be Njoku. It's going to be the usual cast of characters, 2 teams that know each other really well. So I think we're in for a good one here today. And Steve, we're going to round it off with this. We're going to take a shot here with a little prop action. We're going to do it. Najee Harris and Nick Chubb to have 5 rushing yards in each quarter, both of them, is 13 to 1.
Wow.
I don't know how you don't give that a look.
Yeah, that's a good number.
So we're going to ride with that today. So we got quite a bit going on here in this game, and we expect points here.
Yes. The baseline for the Steeler points is at 25.5. The Cleveland points is at 18.5. I think you get both overs on those easily. The Steelers on the alternate number as well. All right, so higher scoring game potentially here. Let's see if it holds true. Can we get points in Jacksonville and Tennessee? In a weird way, I think we can. It's a gross way to get there. But Levis has been trending the right way. Mac Jones is playing with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. We said that the AFC South at the beginning of the season might be like the Pac-12. They've yet to kind of really do that. This could be kind of that kind of weird breakout game. Tennessee, okay on defense, but not super great. Jacksonville's not the best either. I mean, we saw what Washington did to the Tennessee defense to start the game last week. And Jacksonville is not the best either, although they played with heart against the Texans. And again, it's just a Mac Jones a chip on his shoulder type of game here. The passing props, Levis 214.5, Mac Jones 199.5. You're going to get great numbers on these guys today. Mac Jones for 250 plus is just plus 320. 300 or more is 11 to 1. Will Levis for 275 is at plus 410. 300 or more is at 300. Let's see. Will Levis for 300 or more is at plus 750. All right. So both the quarterback passing stuff looks good to me. Just for some long shot angles. Just if you want to play the chip on your shoulder that this is just your random meaningless game that ends up being a high score fun game, which sometimes they do. 9-1 for Mac Jones for 3 touchdowns, plus 560 for Levis for 3 touchdowns. Those are great numbers. Levis rushing yards I'll stay away from, 20.5. Pollard is 64.5. ETN 38.5. Bigsby 34.5. Spears 22.5. I just think it's easier to get receiving numbers and rushing numbers at the end of the day for a player. That's just me. 62.5 receiving for Brian Thomas Jr. Parker Washington 31.5. Ridley is 65.5. There's Westbrook-Akine at 39.5, so he's up this morning. He's up about 3 or 4 yards in the last couple of days. Ingram 42.5. ETN 11.5. That seems kind of low, to be honest. Tony Pollard 17.5. Okonkwo 23.5 seems low to me. The tight end for Tennessee. Boyd 23.5. We never see him. Tajay Spears. You got to think eventually he's going to get the ball in the flats as a running back. 9.5 for him. Devin Duvernay is at 10.5. I just secretly like the quarterback weird props here. This is a game where if you want to play some underdogs and you're really having a hard time trying to think of one. I mean, why not Jacksonville in this scenario? Even though they've been on my fade train. If you wanted to take Jacksonville just on a whim, just to take a chance here, Mac Jones is playing good. Let's take Jacksonville to win by 2 scores. At minus 12.5, they're plus 750. So I can't fault you if you want to try to take a risk on a crazy game like that. 2 touchdowns today. Pollard plus 650. ETN 14-1. Ridley 18-1. Westbrook-Akine 19-1. Bigsby 20-1. Brian Thomas Jr. 23-1. Ingram 41-1. Spears 42-1. Washington 45-1. Okonkwo 65-1. Levis 75-1. Boyd 80-1. And 1 touchdown scores today. Pollard plus 105. ETN plus 195. Ridley plus 195. Akine plus 220. Brian Thomas plus 220. Bigsby plus 240. Ingram plus 340. Parker Washington plus 380. Tajay Spears plus 420. Will Levis 5-1. Okonkwo, I think, is a great number at 5-1 for 1 touchdown today. Boyd 6-1. Mac Jones proves he can run it in already. Plus 750 for him. Both defenses are paying over 9-1. If you think these quarterbacks can throw a pick and make a mistake, they can probably both go on the pick list, to be honest, Dave.
All right.
Levis and Mac Jones. Dave has an interception list for us going on. But how do you not take our man Nick Westbrook-Akine for a touchdown plus 220? I get it. It's going to lose eventually, but it hasn't lost yet.
And why would it today?
8 and especially against Jacksonville. So plus 220 for Westbrook-Akine for a touchdown today. What do you like, Dave?
All right, Steve, we'll start off with the team total. I like Tennessee to kind of maybe get right in this spot. They're a little disappointed with how that game versus Washington went. You could see clear frustration from Levis on the sidelines. He didn't exactly have himself a good day. I think we see Tennessee getting over 23.5 today. I think that's definitely possible. And here's another angle that we're going to look at, Steve. Calvin Ridley playing against his old team in the Jags, right? So there's going to be some motivation for 1, but I think there's going to be motivation for 2 as well. Nice number for him to do that. I think he gets involved. So we're going to take him for 1. We're going to take him for 2. I like Levis in the bounce back for 2 passing touchdowns, maybe even more. And another thing we're going to do, Steve, is we didn't play it last week, but we are playing it this week. Over 1.5 field goals for Mr. Nick Folk.
All right. The kickers are back in action with Dave. All right. Good to go there. Two touchdown madness. Let's go ahead and oh man, I have Okonkwo on a ticket. Let's see here. I mean, let's just put Evan Ingram in there at 41-1, knowing that Mac Jones does like to throw the ball to tight ends. So we'll give 41-1 to Evan Ingram a chance on this ticket as well. And of course, Trey Palmer has reclosed. We'll see if he opens back up at some point. All right, Carolina and the Eagles, 1 o'clock Eastern. Philly minus 13.5, 45.5. Dave, I'll let you start here.
All right, yeah, Steve. So, really not much that I had in this game. I took a look at the menu. Carolina playing tougher against some of these better teams. But if you're looking at, what Philly has done lately, they've become an absolute unit. They figured it out after that rocky 2-2 start. So I just think the Eagles at home here, this is a runaway train right now that you do not want to get in front of. And unfortunately, Carolina is slated to do that today. So I just kept it, really kind of simple here. It's the stuff we talked about earlier, little same game parlay action over 13.5 Bryce Young rushing yards, paired with 25 Chuba dump off yards there in the backfield. I think if you're trying to find something for Carolina, there it is. Otherwise, watch out for the steamroller that is the Philadelphia Eagles.
I do like the Chuba dump off yards at 25. I'm going to take at least the rushing prop for the 13.5 for Bryce Young. I might take him up to 25. I'm going to do one with, the baseline numbers of the quarterback rush yards. And I think I'll throw Bryce Young on that list at 13.5. It'd be interesting to see how much Jonathan Brooks gets involved in this game too. 21.5 for him. You got to think he's going to really jump out at some point. Do we get a number on Jonathan Brooks receiving? We do, just 8.5. So that's something to keep an eye on, because as much as they've eased him in, now they can start to use them a little more. They've had their bye week here recently. Maybe Jonathan Brooks might be trending the right way here for Carolina. I think for two touchdown madness, we're going to throw Barkley in as the ringer on here at 2-1 for two touchdowns. I know it's a low-paying one, but if we're going to play the twos, at least Barkley gives us a shot here to really be, even in the threes payout. I mean, if we get a Vidal and a Calvin Austin ticket with a Barkley, trust me, that's going to pay a lot. So might as well throw Barkley in here on the two touchdowns. Receiving-wise, A.J. Brown, 76.5. Devontae Smith, 46.5. Barkley, 16.5. Thielen, 42.5. Leggett, 35.5. Alcantara, 26.5. David Moore, 33.5. There's Chuba at a nice baseline of 11.5. Tommy Trimble, 13.5. Jonathan Brooks, 8.5. Passing prop wise, Bryce Young's 195.5. Jalen Hurts, 201.5. So these guys will will pay big numbers for their yards again. Plus 680 for Bryce Young to throw for 275. Good Eagles secondary. You just don't expect them to do that. Jalen Hurts for 275 or more is at plus 640. Bryce Young for 3 touchdown passes, 14-1, plus 340 for 2, which is an interesting number for 2 for him. Jalen Hurts for 3 passes into the end zone is at plus 520. The touchdown scores, Barkley minus 250, Hurts minus 150, Chuba plus 125, A.J. Brown plus 140, Devontae Smith plus 195, Thielen plus 330, Leggett plus 420, Brooks plus 470, Moore plus 550, Gainwell plus 550, Philadelphia plus 550, Calcaterra plus 600. 2 touchdowns. Again, Barkley's 2-1, Hurts plus 350. We played him on an earlier ticket we built with y'all this morning. Chuba Hubbard plus 850. A.J. Brown 10-1. We played him. His numbers down a little bit, actually. Devontae Smith 17-1. Thielen 34-1, Leggett 50-1, Gainwell 50-1, Jonathan Brooks 55-1. So throw Barkley as a ringer for me on Touchdown Madness. I'll take a look at the Bryce Young rush yards. I'll take a look at the receive yards for Hubbard as well. I'll probably take a look at the receive yards for Barkley as well. But A.J. Brown, I think, for 2 touchdowns is a great play today. Just that revolving door of that Carolina secondary, allowing these receivers to go off. So A.J. Brown, I think, can be the one to feast if Philadelphia wants to drive that factor home today. Hopefully Carolina keeps this thing competitive. There are good numbers on the Panthers side. I'm reluctant, but I'll probably play. I mean, if I'm playing a Mac Jones, Levis type of ticket, I'm going to have to throw Bryce Young as part of that as well. That's all at the end of the day. A real El Cheapo, just in case type of ticket happens. Anything else on this, Dave?
You like Young for interception?
Yes. Yeah, I think you could throw him on the list. Yep.
All right, he's made his way on it.
All right, a couple more games. We'll wrap up the 1 o'clocks. Eastern Standard Time. Minnesota and the Falcons. Minnesota 6.5. 46.5 is the total. Kirk Cousins homecoming. Don't doubt if you see Michael Penix Jr. get into the game today. For all that, you need to not play the Kirk Cousins props. That'd be recommendation number 1. Just in case he's that bad early, you could see him get the hook. Darnold 253.5, I think, is a safe baseline to go over. I think Aaron Jones definitely gets some work here. But let's get our man Justin Jefferson right. Let's just do that. Get him in the end zone. Get him for a touchdown. He's plus money for a touchdown, or even money, plus 100. So as flat as it can be. I like that for it. I like him to score today. Aaron Jones is minus 140. Bijan's plus 100. Drake London plus 175. Jordan Addison plus 220. I think Minnesota can have a nice day on offense here against Atlanta. Plus 270 for Hawkinson to score. Plus 250 for Mooney. Cam Akers is plus 340. Kyle Pitts plus 360. Ray McLeod plus 430. Tyler Algier plus 450. Darnold is 5-1. Naylor plus 550. I have on a longer shot ticket. That's one of Nephew Dave's guys. Josh Oliver can score plus 550. Minnesota defense 6-1 for a touchdown today, Dave, is interesting. You can go ahead and put Cousins on the pick list, I think, as well. Why not against Brian Flores? Come home, Kirk, to an interception.
Absolutely.
Atlanta defense plus 950. I'm going to have to play the Minnesota defense and the Steeler defense. Probably for 2 each on an El Cheapo ticket. Brandon Powell 17-1 for a touchdown. 2 touchdown scores. Jefferson's going to gain our interest today at plus 650. Aaron Jones 4-1. Bijan 6-1. Drake London 14-1. Addison 19-1. Mooney 23-1. Hawkinson 30-1. A nice payout. Cam Akers 31-1. Kyle Pitts 38-1. Algier 48-1. 55-1 for Darnold. Ray McLeod 50-1. I just can't trust Atlanta as far as I could throw them. It's not like I trust Darnold that much, but I'm going to take Flores and the Vikings here at home. I think they can cover this spread. I think they can probably actually win this game somewhat convincingly. It's going to be one of those games you're like, I don't want to play it. It's the Vikings. That's a big number, 6.5. And then at the end of the day, when they're up 28-0 over Atlanta because Kirk Cousins has 3 interceptions, you're like, why didn't I play Minnesota? I think it'd be that type of game for the Vikings today. Passing prop wise, again, Cousins 242.5, Darnold 253.5. We went over that. 3 touchdowns for Darnold is what I'll look at. I'm not going to look at anything Cousins. 3-1 for that. I don't even want to tempt you guys in case Penix gets in there. 4 touchdowns for Darnold passing, 11-1. And Darnold's yards, 300 or more, is at plus 290 against a mediocre at best Atlanta defense. But I think Justin Jefferson wakes up today, Dave. What do you got here?
Yeah, so I'm gonna agree with you on that front. Jefferson on the primary anytime ticket. You got to think that he's gonna wake up at some point, like you said. But long shot anytime, we are gonna go again with Jalen Naylor. I could see him getting in if we think Minnesota's going to have him a good day, which we kind of think that they will. Now, here's where it gets interesting over here for me is I'm going to play a little bit of a counterfeit, and I'm going to go with Jordan Addison for 2 today. See if he's getting involved, and we think that he may. So I think it's a good day here for Minnesota, like you said, 10-game winners, so why not? And they might want to play Penix, see what he's got. I mean, I think they have a good quarterback waiting there on the bench. And you know what? We are going to play the prop here, touchdown and a field goal for each team in each half in this game. We'll see if Atlanta can help us out a little bit on that front. But all in all, I think it's a good day here for Minnesota, Steve.
Here comes Koo again with his missed field goal expression. Losing the Fast and the Furious type of race. All right, let's see here. I'll throw Jalen Naylor on 2 touchdown madness at 75-1 for you, since you brought it up. So 2 touchdown madness right now is Xavier Worthy, Kamini Vidal. We talked to Nick Athens, so we got the Chiefs game involved in this. Amir Abdullah, Calvin Austin, the third, Evan Ingram, Saquon Barkley, and Jalen Naylor. So an interesting long shot ticket here at play so far. Rushing prop wise in this game. Did I go over that? I'll hit it real quick. Bijan 63.5, Aaron Jones 62.5, Cam Akers 20.5, Tyler Algier 20.5. I'll pass on all of that. All right, Jets and the Dolphins. 6.5 for the Dolphins, 45.5 is the total. Again, if you want to have some kind of weird underdog winning type of bet today, I mean, why not just take the Jets? I mean, you expect them to lose for you anyway. But on the long shot, maybe they'll pay off pretty good for you if they're luck and flip here. It's not like Miami has a super greatest defense in the world. We have Aaron Rodgers on a ticket already for 3 touchdowns at a big plus 680 number. He's 224 baseline, 252.5 for Tua. Rodgers got 2 quick ones last week and never got the third. But against this softer Miami defense on this nice, warm, beautiful day in Miami, I could see him getting 3 for sure. Tua for 3 touchdowns is plus 310. Rodgers to get 300 yards or more is at plus 580. I'd rather have the touchdowns. And then Tua for 300 yards or more is at plus 290. The rushing props, let's see here. Braylon Allen, 52.5. Devin Achane is at 60.5. And then receiving wise, Tyreek Hill, 60.5. Devontae Adams, I think, can have a good day, 61.5. Garrett Wilson, 59.5. Waddle's been playing very well, 46.5 for him. Achane is at 32.5. Tyler Conklin, 19.5. Jonnu Smith, 50.5. Braylon Allen, 13.5. Lazard, 22.5. Odell Beckham Jr., just 8.5. I could see a Beckham Jr. and let's see, Braylon Allen alternate receive yard little parlay. Braylon Allen. Let me make sure I'm getting this. So alternates on their receive yards in some sort of a parlay. Let's see here. The receive yards for Braylon Allen plus 245 for 25. Odell Beckham Jr. for 40 yards is out 13-1. Wow. And the Jets defense is a sieve as well. We could get a lot of points in this game. This could be one of those classic 38-31 Miami type of games here. So I would look at the over and the points as well. But I'm going to give the Jets a chance to compete here with their with Rodgers at quarterback, just seemingly getting a little bit better, a little bit more comfortable with having Adams in the lineup and knowing that Miami at the end of the day is kind of soft on defense. 2 touchdown scorers, Achane plus 430, Braylon Allen plus 950, Tyreek Hill plus 950, Devontae Adams 15-1, Jonnu Smith 17-1, Waddle 18-1, Garrett Wilson 19-1, Jalen Wright 32-1, Isaiah Davis 55-1, Miami defense 75-1, Tyler Conklin 80-1, Alan Lazard 85-1, Malik Washington 90-1, the Jets defense 140-1. How about maybe throwing Lazard in this 2-touchdown madness at 85-1, Dave?
I like it.
Just to throw him in there as a chance here. I'm interested in taking maybe Braylon Allen in there at plus 950, but we'll throw Lazard in there because he's had 2 touchdowns on the season, and he's definitely quite capable. And this longer shot parlay we got is really going to start to pay off here. Anytime touchdown scored today, Braylon Allen plus 140, Tyreek Hill plus 130, Achane minus 135, Adams plus 175, Waddle 2-1, Jonnu Smith 2-1, Garrett Wilson plus 220, Jalen Wright plus 340, Isaiah Davis plus 440, Conklin plus 550, Lazard plus 550. All right, Dave, what do you like here?
I think I like Miami in this spot. I like the offense just a touch better. We're going to look for them today, Steve, to go over 27.5 points today. Certainly capable. I do believe Sauce Gardner is injured, so that's going to open up some things, I feel like, for some of these receivers. But that's not to say that the Jets won't help the cause and help out our prop that we love, touchdown and a field goal. So we're going to play that as well. Really nice odds on all these, actually. 18-1 for that to happen. It's seems easy, but it's not. But, Steve, I think you're right. I think we could be in for a higher scoring game here. I love the Jonnu Smith angle. He's a primary anytime touchdown scorer. And then, Steve, we'll look for Anders Carlson to get over 1.5 field goals as well.
If you have the Westbrook-Akine Jonnu Smith parlay for the last several weeks, you are living the riches right now for sure. Let's see here. We have Lazard in 2-touchdown madness, and I think that's all I got here. Baseline for the Jets 19.5. Baseline for the Dolphins is at 26.5, and I'll be looking at a over the total in this game. The alternate over, in case we can get into the high 50s here, is at 57.5 over is plus 420. So that will be something that I look at on the day. I talked about Minnesota, maybe perhaps killing Atlanta, Pittsburgh killing the Browns in a higher scoring game. So there will be a ticket with the Minnesota alt line, the alt line with that Steeler game. I'll probably do the alt over with Jacksonville and the Titans, and then also with the over in the Jets and the Dolphins as well. And maybe even throw the Jets on there, as they will not have a nice big payout. If the Jets were to win by 5.5 points, let's see here. They are paying, it's not going to be out of the realm of the possibility for the Jets to win by 6 points or less, but you get plus 430 at minus 5.5 for the Jets. So not bad. The Saints and the Giants, Dave, is a game I'm not going to get involved with at all. I'll go through the numbers, but 5.5 for the Saints, 41.5 for the total. I just don't trust anybody here. I want nothing to do with it at the end of the day. Kamara minus 165 for a touchdown. Tyrone Tracy plus 115. Robinson plus 230. Neighbors plus 230. Scantling plus 280. Singletary plus 320. Kevin Austin Jr. plus 370. Juwan Johnson, that would be the best thing I could think of in this game, plus 380 for him. Foster Moreau, I'm basically done with him at this point, plus 410. Drew Lock plus 550. Darius Slayton is at 5-1. I think the Giants can upset them in a weird way, but I'll pass altogether. Let's see. The Giants team points here. I'm not sure the Giants haven't checked out completely too. on the season. I faded them against Tampa Bay, similar type of team to New Orleans, but better. And Tampa Bay killed them in that survivor scenario a couple of weeks ago. So I'm wondering if it's going to be about the same thing. The Saints' total points is 23.5. I'm not interested in that with their lack of weapons available. And the Giants is at 17.5. Just not interested in any of that. I don't want any touchdown scores. I don't want anything. Passing prop-wise, just so you have the numbers out there. You can't say I'm ignoring this game completely. 192.5 for Locke, 214.5 for Derek Carr. So Carr, if I had to do anything, like 3 touchdown passes for him is like 6-1. That's maybe not the worst thing. Maybe I'll mark him.
Either of these guys throw an interception?
I think Locke can. I think Carr can too, to be honest. Put him on the list for consideration.
All right.
And we can always scratch off from here. Receiving prop numbers. Kevin Austin Jr., 25.5. All I have are Saints on the board right now for some reason. Juwan Johnson, 34.5. Foster Moreau, 21.5. Valdez Scantling, 35.5. Cedric Wilson Jr., 14.5. And the rushing prop for Tyrone Tracy, 62.5. Kamara, 84.5. Singletary, 25.5. I will pass. What do you got, Dave?
All right, Steve. I am going to take a couple shots here. Call me crazy, but we'll give it a shot. I think the Saints, have at least a little bit of something. They can get to 24 points today, is my belief. Although this game has everything written all over it to be an absolute stinker. But if the Saints can get going, figure Valdez Scantling is going to get involved anytime touchdown. You're going to get a nice number for him. Same with Foster Moreau. You'll probably get a nice number out of him. You will. It's 5-1. I took it. I could definitely see it happening. And then, Steve, if this is the stinker we think it is, you know what's going to happen. There's going to be field goals involved. Graham Gano is going to kick 2 field goals today is my prediction.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And that's about all I have. Like I said, this is a complete stinker, but just in case it's not, we're going to have a couple things there in our back pocket.
All right. I'll conclude 2 touchdown madness of the 1 o'clock session with Amir Abdullah, Xavier Worthy, Kamini Vidal. We have a couple late ringers. Calvin Austin III, Evan Ingram, Saquon Barkley, Jalen Naylor, and Alan Lazard for 2 touchdowns today. All right. I'm good to keep going. If you want to rock out the 4 o'clock, Dave, do you need a break or you want to just power through?
We can go.
Let's power through the last 30 minutes. All right, Seattle and Arizona. Arizona's 2.5, 44.5. What do you like here?
All right, if we're looking into this game, this should be a pretty interesting game here. Divisional opponents, probably a lot on the line. I'm going to look at Trey McBride to go in for 2. Maybe start the 4 o'clock madness there with Trey McBride. I'll tell you exactly what that number is over here for me. 14-1.
Yep,
So
that's what I see.
Not super exotic, but figure he is going to be involved. And I think, he'll get his chances against the Seahawks defense, who is probably not the best against tight ends. So in a weird way, I could see a bit of a shootout here. So we'll play our prop, Steve, of the touchdown and field goals in this one as well. So that's pretty much all I have here. I like McBride to get involved. I have him on fantasy as well, so I'll be rooting for that. But other than that, Steve, I think we see a pretty good matchup here.
13-3 last time out, just a couple weeks ago, Dave. But they're indoors now. And yes,
yeah, I think that changes.
That could flip the script here. Anytime touchdown, James Conner minus 130, Charbonnet minus 105, Marvin Harrison Jr. plus 150. There's Trey McBride at a nice plus 185. Jackson Smith and Jigba plus 185. DK plus 195. Lockett plus 320. Michael Wilson is at plus 330. Kyler Murray plus 340. Noah Fant 5-1. Trey Benson 6-1. Geno Smith plus 650. AJ Barner's been a nice little player. He's improving. Probably more of a guy to keep your eye out for next year. But at 8-1, he's been scoring at least a couple of times. And if you're playing him on his big number, you're getting paid at a plus number for the season already. 2 touchdown scorers. Cotter 5-1. Charbonnet plus 650. Harrison Jr. 11-1. Smith and Jigba 14-1. There's Trey McBride 14-1. We'll throw him on touchdown madness. Why not? DK Metcalf 16-1. Let's throw him on touchdown madness. Why not? Michael Wilson 34-1. Lockett 34-1. Kyler Murray 39-1. Trey Benson 70-1. Noah Fant 90-1. Passing prop wise, Kyler Murray just 226.5. Geno Smith 254.5. I feel like those are about properly placed, to be honest. Kyler Murray for 3 passing touchdowns plus 460. Geno Smith plus 420 for his 3. And you got to remember Kenneth Walker, the third, is out. So maybe Geno throws a little bit more as well. If this can be the higher scoring game that Dave is suggesting. Trey McBride 66.5 receiving. Jackson Smith 62.5. Metcalf 63.5. Harrison Jr. just 51.5. Lockett 27.5. Michael Wilson 30.5. Noah Fant 24.5. James Conner 17.5. I am an auto play for James Conner receiving yards for sure. So I'll list him in a later play as well. Let's see. And rushing prop wise, Cotter 61.5, Kyler 27.5, Geno Smith 13.5, Trey Benson 16.5. Over under for Charbonnet is at 63.5. Just seeing the 13-3 game kind of scares me a little bit, Dave.
Right. Right.
It could be the same type of thing. But I do see your angle where, hey, that's what we thought it would be. This is why it's going to be a higher scoring, fun type of game, which the Cardinals are actually due for in my mind. They are been definitely more of an under team. Seattle can get into these higher scoring games if it gets that way. You feel like Seattle, that's a good thing about Seattle. They can morph into a lower scoring type of game or a higher scoring type of game. They can play both styles. So advantage to them for that. I think I want to say the Seahawks win this, but I don't know without Kenneth Walker.
Right.
This is going to be a pass for me at the end of the day. And I'll throw Trey McBride and DK just on this ticket for the heck of it. Why not? All right. What did the two of them pay for 25 cents? Only $38. All right. We'll avoid that. No big deal. Let's see here. What do they pay for? $1.25. Is that worth it for $200? Yeah, why not? 2 for DK, 2 for McBride. All right, another later game, 425. Bears and 49ers. Dave Del Grande loves the 49ers, loves their team points over. He loves a -3.5. We love Grindo on the rushing prop. I have him locked in already. Rushing numbers are for Isaac Grindo, 70.5. Caleb Williams, 25.5. Purdy, 17.5. DeAndre Swift, 54.5. Debo's 12.5. The receiving numbers, Kittle, 57.5. Debo, 46.5. Jawan Jennings is the only player who went over in that snow game. I had 8 players under, Dave, in that Sunday night snow game, and Jennings barely got there, beat me by 2 yards. Otherwise, that was going to be a nice $1,600 ticket of all unders in the snow. But Jennings got, I guess, 3 long catches, enough to beat me. DeAndre Swift, 14.5 is his baseline. DJ Moore, 58.5. Wow, I would think that's an under. Roma Dunze, 43.5. Keenan Allen, 51.5. Cole Kmet, 29.5. Grindo, 14.5. That's an interesting number for Grindo. If he can get a number to 25 yards, is that plus 225? But, they're going to run him for sure. Passing prop wise, and maybe if they run him to death, they won't pass him to death. Purdy, 226.5. Caleb Williams, 226.5. So both of these guys matched evenly for their touchdowns. 6-1 for Caleb Williams for 3. Brock Purdy for 3 is at plus 430. Their passing yards, Caleb Williams for 300 is plus 550. Brock Purdy is at plus 325 or more at plus 920. I just got to think it's a Grindo game, and then he's going to hit his receivers as needed. Touchdowns, Grindo minus 120. Swift plus 125. Debo plus 170. DJ Moore plus 185. Kittle plus 180. Keenan Allen plus 210. Jennings plus 220. Odunze plus 320. Cole Kmet plus 360. Pearsall plus 390. Caleb Williams 4-1. Juszczyk plus 850. 2 touchdowns. Grindo plus 550. Swift plus 850. Debo 12-1. Kittle plus 1,500. DJ Moore 16-1. Juwan Jennings plus 1,900. Keenan Allen plus 1,900. Odunze 33-1. Kmet 39-1. Pearsall 43-1. All right, what are you going to do here, Dave?
All right, Steve. Probably not much, to be honest with you. I do like Grindo for 2, though. That does seem attractive. I think he probably gets a pretty heavy workload today. What can the Bears bring to the table? I'm just not quite sure of that. So we're going to probably stick with what we know. 49ers to be a little bit better at the end of the day. But again, I don't know how much the Niners are going to throw the ball. I really like them to run it there with Grindo. So let's go with him. I think his props are the main focus in this game. And maybe the Niners by 5.5.
I'll throw Juwan Jennings on 2 touchdown madness at 19-1. I'm going to move the alt line for the 49ers as well. I'm going to take them with a Minnesota alt line, a Pittsburgh alt line, over in the Jaguars game, over in the Jets game, over in the Steeler game. We're going to get a nice payout of, let's see here. On an alt line for the 49ers, I'm going to take them to minus 12.5, and we are going to get at plus 320 overall. Good enough for me on that ticket. We're going to round robin some of this as well. Baseline points for the 49ers are a little bit of sniffles here in the studio for both of us here. Let's see here. 49ers 23.5 baseline, Bears 20.5 baseline. Give me the Niners over their points for sure. All right, and then the last game, the Bills and the Rams. Dave, what are you expecting in this one?
Again, it could be a fun one. Do have a couple things involved here. I like Buffalo. I will say that. But here's one maybe unexpected, and you might like this for the madness, Steve. Khalil Shakir, 16-1 for 2 today. I could definitely see that happening. Buffalo just looking like a well-oiled machine right now. So I like them to pull that one out. I have Shakir for 2. And then if we can make it this far, the Rams are going to get some points. How many, I'm not sure. Are they going to be touchdowns? Are they going to be field goals? What do you think they're going to be, Steve? I think they're going to be field goals. Joshua Carty over 1.5 field goals today.
Dave Del Grande likes that as well. He likes Carty over his field goal prop. Let's see here. Touchdown scores in this game. The line's 3.5, 49.5. I want this to be a shootout. I just don't know how. I don't think it'll be 38-31 is the problem. Kyron Williams minus 150. Kier plus 210. Knox plus 240. Mac Hollins plus 320. There's DeMarcus Robinson plus 380 for 1. I mean, how do you not take him?
Right.
He's been on another roll here. Ray Davis, even worth a shot, plus 480. As the season is getting, I said this a few weeks back, Ray Davis will emerge a little bit as they attempt to get Cook some rest. This has Ray Davis written all over it in this game. Plus 480 for 1. So he's going to have to be on a ticket. DeMarcus Robinson is going to have to be on a ticket. Tutu Atwell plus 650, Blake Corum plus 550, Bills defense plus 650, Rams defense plus 750, Colby Parkinson 8-1, Ty Johnson is at plus 850. 2 touchdown scores. DeMarcus Robinson 46-1, Dave. How about that? He's
Why
right
not?
up there again. Ray Davis 44-1, Mac Hollins 36-1, Shakir 20-1, Dawson Knox 24-1. Amari Cooper 18-1, Nakua 10-1, Cup 12-1, Coleman 18-1. I like Coleman. 7-1 for Allen. I think Allen can score 2 today. James Cook 5-1, Kyron Williams plus 390. I like the Kyron receiving yards today against this Buffalo team. He's going to get a nice price on his number. We looked at it a little bit earlier. Let's go here. Come on, guys. Hold on, I clicked to the wrong page. Now it wants me to highlight stuff. Stand by. Kyron Williams on his receiving prop number is a simple baseline of 10.5. That is way too cheap for me. So at 25 yards or plus 370, I'm going to be all over that. DeMarcus Robinson, if he gets 50 yards, is at plus 370. That's a good number for him for his receive yards on top of just catching the ball. You got to think Kupp and Nakua get the attention. So that leaves Robinson as a big, wide open target a lot of times.
Right.
Shakir, again, just by the proximity of all these receivers, can't get open. He's plus 235 for 80 yards or more. Puka, let's see, his baseline 78.5. Cooper Kupp 64.5. I'll probably avoid those. James Cook is at 15.5. That's an interesting one. Again, Robinson is his cheap number, 23.5. Atwell is 14.5. Parkinson's 7.5. So good numbers available there. Josh Allen passing 242.5. Stafford 251.5. So the Stafford passing touchdowns, 3 for him is at plus 320. 3 for Allen is at plus 350. I would just focus on the Kyron Williams, DeMarcus Robinson low numbers, and also let's see here. Let's see on the Bills' behalf. I mean, any number of these guys can do well. I mean, James Cook. Let's see, Bills receiving. You know what? The Josh Allen rushing yards is interesting. I don't like taking quarterbacks for a lot of rushing yards, but man, he could do it. And I wish I was getting a Ray Davis passing number. But Ray Davis for 40 yards rushing is plus 350. That's actually not the worst one in the world, Dave.
No, not at all.
He can get that. And then Josh Allen for 60 yards is at plus 440. So some interesting numbers there. I would stick to some Ray Davis, some Kyron Williams, some DeMarcus Robinson, and hope you get off here. A nice parlay with those 3 guys would pay well also. For 2 touchdown madness, I'll throw Robinson on 46-1. Anything else here, Dave?
No, I think it'll somehow probably be a good game, though.
Yes, did I go over all the 2 touchdown numbers? Let me make sure I did that. I don't think I did. Kyron Williams plus 390, Cook 5-1, Allen 7-1, Coleman 18-1. Yeah, we went over this. Dawson Knox 24-1, Ray Davis 44-1, Shakir's 20-1.
Nice.
I don't think we did go over this. Yeah, you have him at 16-1, right? Coop
14.
14-1. Cooper Kupp 12-1, Amari Cooper 18-1. Those are some of the 2 touchdown numbers there. All right, we did the night game already with the Chiefs and the Chargers. So receiving numbers for Worthy, touchdowns for Worthy, receiving numbers for Pacheco and Kareem Hunt, and also Noah Gray all look to be live for the Chargers and the Chiefs tonight. Bengals, Cowboys. Anything here, Dave?
Monday night. You know, I'm not sure what to think. We talked about it, and you want to pick the Bengals, and I do too. Dallas's offense may be the hindrance there, but, flip side of the coin, same thing with the Bengals defense. That unit is just bad. They give up a lot of points. I was talking with a buddy of mine earlier in the week, and there's a stat, and I believe it's, the Bengals through 3 games score about 100 points, and they lose all 3 of those games. That tells me that, the defense is horrendous, which it has been. As many points as they score, they give them right back. So that worries me a little bit at the end of the day. But I think the Bengals, finally can get it done.
Jamar Chase for 2 touchdowns at plus 450 looks very attractive to me in that game. I'll say that. I think the Bengals can score. The Bengals team points in that game is another one I'll take a look at. It's at 27.5. All right.
I would maybe look to the over too, just because that defense is not great.
Let's go ahead and throw Jamar Chase on that ticket for 2 touchdowns. Since we already have a Kansas City one kind of dominated already.
Right.
If this ticket has to hold over until Monday night, so be it. It's just Jamar Chase. It's not like we're asking Jesus Christ himself to come down here and score 2 touchdowns. Jamar Chase plus 450 will round out the late day touchdown madness, which isn't even that maddening. But it's Trey McBride, DK Metcalf, Juwan Jennings, Demarcus Robinson, and Jamar Chase. So let's see, 25-cent legs will pay great. If 3 of these guys hit, we're looking at an average of $1,000. If 4 of them hit, $10K. All 5 hit, a grand scoop of $229,000. Do we want to put the insurance on here for 25 cents to win 100? We'll just hope we get 3. How's that?
Yeah.
And we'll go ahead and pop that up to 35 cents. Actually, now we're getting a little bit more like $1,500 a ticket on the average of these guys, and we'll pop everything up to 35-cent legs. $3.50 now pays $337 on the touchdown madness combination of Trey McBride, DK Metcalf, Juwan Jennings, Demarcus Robinson, and Jamar Chase. Not the worst ticket.
No.
All right, so that's the list of games, Dave. I think we did good this morning. We did some good lessons on how to build tickets. Gave you some good philosophy behind the mind. Got some good input from listeners, and we went through everything very thorough and detailed. And we are done by 11:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. How about that? So let's go ahead and cue up our 2-touchdown sounder, the best 2-touchdown sounder in all of sports. Dave always laughs at that. He likes my simple comedic nature.
Sometimes less is more, Steve.
Johnny. 4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
Hey, give me 25 and a Rick Bell. It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers,
All right, Dave, who do you got for 2?
All right, we're going in for 2. Calvin Ridley against the Jacksonville Jaguars. We're going to play the counterfeit card with Jordan Addison for 2 today. We talked about Trey McBride against Seattle. We're going to go for 2. And rounding it off with Khalil Shakir going for 2 against the LA Rams.
All right, let's see here. I got all kinds of 2s all over the place. On my primary ticket, which I'll flip back onto the screen, these are my best bet guys for 2 today. Well, here's my longer shot guys. Cade Otton, Pat Freiermuth, Chugizim Okonkwo, Brian Thomas Jr., Justin Hurts, TJ Hawkinson, and Garrett Wilson. On my primary ticket, I have Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown, David Njoku, George Pickens, and Brock Bowers. So those are my two primaries on my ticket this afternoon. All right, Dave, your best bets.
All right, best bets. We'll look into the team totals for this one. We're going to go Pittsburgh Steelers over 27.5. Buccaneers, same thing against the Raiders, 27.5. Titans, we're going to look for them to rebound over 23.5 for them today. Nice little plus number there. And we're going to give, this is the tricky one here, but we're going to give the Saints a shot at over 23.5 points today. And then we're going to round it off with the Miami Dolphins over 27.5 points today.
I like it all. Let's see here. Team-wise, and remember, teams won't let you down like players will with injury. You're still alive with your bets if you have a team over a player prop. I will look for a higher scoring game in Cleveland and Pittsburgh with the Steelers winning this handily. 38-23, something like that. I will look for a sneaky over game in Jacksonville and Tennessee. I will look for a Minnesota dominant victory over Atlanta. I think the Jets can potentially upset the Dolphins, but I think this is a higher scoring game as well. Maybe the Jets team points over, even at their baseline, 19.5. And I will take a look at the 49ers to win in a rout against Chicago. I will take probably Nick Athens' baseline number for the Chiefs, and they're over as well. Or perhaps I'll round robin their team point total over as well. Prop-wise, let's see here. I'll just kind of give you a few. We've been doing it all morning, building tickets. Let's see. Mahomes for 3 touchdowns. There's a shot for that. Let's see here. Russell Wilson for touchdowns pays good for 3 touchdowns for him. Jameis Winston yards probably for him. Westbrook Akine for 1 touchdown for him somewhere. Bryce Young rushing yards. Chuba Hubbard receive yards. Let's see. Mayfield and O'Connell, both for passing touchdowns, potentially for those guys, in which that would be a higher scoring game if they're both going to pass for theirs. Something's just weird in that game. Can't quite put my hand on it. Kyron Williams receive yards. Ray Davis on a sneaky play today for a touchdown and his rush yards. James Conner receive yards as well. And then we also have that ticket I built. Let's make sure I get all this right for the one I put up with you guys here. Let's see here. Is it the one I built? Did I not get this one up on the board? It would be, well, here's a primary round robin of craziness. Russell Wilson, 25 rush yards. Aaron Rodgers, 3 touchdown passing. Brock Bowers, 110 receiving. Garindo, 125 rushing. Those are all extremes, but that $10 invested wins somewhere around $5,000 or a little bit more. And then let's see here. Here's a nice little ticket for $1,000 off 1,000. It's Steelers minus 12.5, over 48.5. 49ers minus 11.5, and the Jets just over 19.5 points. All right, so easy there. Now I'll add a little bit to that. And then my receiver guys, let me just bring this back up. Let's go through our quarterback rush ticket and running back receiver ticket one more time. I don't think I have it on the graphic, so I got to pull it off my actual book. So bear with me, and then we'll go ahead and wrap things up here, as we are ahead of time at this point anyway, which is a shocker to many, I'm sure. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. All right. So this is a round robin. Jalen Warren, 25 receive yards. Russell Wilson, 25 rush yards. Baker Mayfield, 25 rush yards. Tony Pollard, 25 receive yards. Chuba Hubbard, 25 receive yards. And Braylon Allen, 25 receiving yards all round robins. All right, Dave. Good stuff?
Absolutely.
All right. We'll go ahead and cue up the pie tasters. Dave, your best game to get to overtime today.
I'm gonna go with the I'm probably gonna regret this. Seahawks and the Cardinals.
That has overtime smelled all over. I'll go with the Jets and the Dolphins to get into overtime.
I like that too.
Today as well. All right, guys, this is the round robin. I am Stephen Murray, Dave Metzger alongside. We thank Nick Athen for coming on earlier. We appreciate all your feedback and you guys tuning in all morning long. What the Puck is going on tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Good luck, everybody.